Please be seated. The House is back in order.
The elected member for Bodden Town East to ask the Honourable Minister of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage. Question number 121.
Member for Bodden Town East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, question number 121, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage. Can the Honourable Minister say if the Ministry has made any financial contributions for the removal of the old-style Cayman House home on the corner of Gorin Avenue and relocation to the Bobby Thompson's Way, and if so, to whom was the funds given and what amount was requested?
Honourable Minister of Planning, Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage.
Not planning, so I don't need any more work.
That's all that. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the answer. The Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage did not make any contributions of a financial nature to the removal and relocation of the old-style Caymanian home known as the Llewellyn House from the corner of Gorin Avenue to its new location on Bobby Thompson Way. However, the Ministry provided valuable support and led the coordination to ensure the preservation and relocation of this historical structure.
Member for Bodden Town East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, the reason I asked was some almost 9 years ago, thereabout, another home was moved from same proximity, the Nixon House, and it was transported to Bodden Town next to the Mission House. I understand this Nixon House to be the oldest house in the Cayman Islands, and it's sat there on the property next to the Mission House. At the time, the Ministry of Culture, Mr. Speaker, gave a contribution to have this removed and transported from Georgetown to Bodden Town, for it to be repaired and restored so that tourists and everyone else, and it could be something that tourists could look at. But nothing has been done to date. So I was wondering if this was going to be the same in action in moving this house from central Georgetown to Bobby Thompson Way. I'm not sure which minister, if any, has been engaged in what's happening next with the restoration of these homes.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to let the member know that what he's dealing with on this side of the house is the A team. I don't know about the B team or the C team years ago when the Nixon House was moved, but this is the A team on this side, sir. So if we do it, we're going to get it done. But the Minister of Planning has undertaken the restoration of that house, and it's at the Bobby Thompson roundabout, and that's where it's currently located, and I think imminently you see some restoration works going on there.
Member for Bodden Town East.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Minister for that answer. Can the Honourable Minister say if your ministry has been approached about funding for the restoration of the Nixon House on the property approximate to the Mission House in Bodden Town?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have no knowledge of anyone approaching us for funds to fix the Nixon House, but since the member from Bodden has brought it up, it has piqued my curiosity, so I will ask my team to do some digging and to find out exactly what's going on with that, because if it does has that historical value to us, we should at least make an effort to restore it. But just for his information, some of the information I have here on the Llewellyn House that was just recently moved was built in 1875, so it's over 150 years old, sir.
Member for Borden Down East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me this latitude, but obviously it's very important if it's purported to be the oldest house in the Cayman Islands. I would ask the government to undertake a real special effort in trying to find out the reason why the restoration has not commenced. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I gave the member an undertaking to find out exactly why it has not progressed since the date was moved.
Next question. Oh, sorry. Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to know if the minister knows whether that is intended to be the final resting place of the Llewellyn home on the roundabout.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member. As far as I'm aware, it is, sir.
Member for Georgetown East.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm just really concerned that that's not an ideal place for it. It's good, yes, it'll get seen on all corners, but nobody will be able to visit it in the middle of the roundabout. And if that's the intent for it to be, I think that needs to be rethought, Mr. Speaker. That's just my observations. Thank you.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Deputy Premier, the Minister for Tourism and Trade Development.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question 122 to the Deputy Premier and Honourable Minister of Tourism and Trade and Development. Can the Honourable Deputy Premier advise what specific policy measures, if any, have been identified or developed to address the cost of living arising from the trade diversification consultation with the public and private sectors held on the 13th of October 2025, and whether any or any subsequent meetings?
Honourable Deputy Premier and Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from Red Bay for that question. The answer: following the meeting held on the 13th of October, the Ministry of Trade Development have 1. Developed the terms of reference for the Cayman Islands Advisory Trade Commission and Trade Development Framework. 2. Received Cabinet approval of the terms of reference and the appointment of the Advisory Trade Commission. 3. Commenced the procurement of the consultancy services for trade policy development. And 4. Held the initial meeting of the Advisory Trade Commission on the 23rd of April 2026. Mr. Speaker, the Advisory Trade Commission and a successful consultant will design and implement a clear, practical trade development framework for the Cayman Islands that strengthens supply chains and enhances logistics efficiency with the specific objective of reducing the cost of imported goods. The framework will align policy, partnerships, and operational actions across government and industry to lower import costs, increase competition, and improve affordability, therefore contributing directly to cost of living relief for households and businesses while supporting long-term economic resilience. Mr. Speaker, the Advisory Trade Commission is chaired by Mr. Will Panu, the Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Commerce, and includes senior civil servants, including the Chief Officer and Deputy Chief Officer from the Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development, along with representatives from various government entities, including financial services and commerce, agriculture, customs and border control, and the Economics and Statistics Office. Private sector participants, including representatives from various sectors of industry and commerce, along with a member from the sister islands. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the timeline calls for an interim report to be delivered in 6 months, a draft trade development framework put forward in 8 months, and a final trade development framework provided in 12 months from the commencement of the contract with a trade consultant.
Member for Red Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Minister for and Deputy Premier for that response. If I could ask, sir, when was the terms of reference agreed by the Cabinet following the meeting in October of last year?
Mr. Speaker, thank the member from Red Bay for that question. It was approximately a month ago.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, sir. Can the members say why it took so long to get from what was deemed in October an urgent matter, and I believe from your statement, things were progressing swiftly for the terms of reference only being done last month?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for that question. The Ministry of Trade and Development is a newly established ministry, and it was therefore necessary to undertake important fundamental initiatives such as conducting research, developing terms of reference for Cabinet's approval, and identifying members for the Advisory Trade Commission. To ensure a balanced mix of business and logistic experience and expertise, the Ministry also needed to draft an RFP seeking the services of the trade consultant to support the work of the Advisory Trade Commission. Each of these tasks required sufficient time to complete them accurately and efficiently. This does not mean that there hasn't been no focus on reducing the cost of goods for consumers. I am working earnestly to find new trade routes to lower costs of goods of the Cayman Islands, as well as other initiatives to bring down the costs. For example, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Ports, and the Minister of Home Affairs met with, and the representative, the honourable member from Cayman West and Little Cayman, met with the propane company about 2 months ago to see how best we could service Cayman as well, with bringing in a direct shipment of propane instead of using ISO tanks. This is one of the projects that we're currently working on at this time. And to answer the other question, or to answer his question, the terms of reference, it took a while for us to get this because we had to make sure that we had the right people on board. We also had to make sure that their time was available, and then we had to also bring it to Cabinet and to caucus and Cabinet once we had the approval from the members who were coming on board.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, sir, could I ask the honourable member if he could let us know who the private, other than Mr. Pino, who the private sector individuals are?
Honourable Minister.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question again for the honourable member from Red Bay. The members, the private members, are Ms. Irma Arch, who will do logistics, Mr. Mark Anthony, Mr. George Hunter, Mr. Alfred Thompson, also known as Al-T, and the Sister Islands representative would be Mr. James Tibbetts.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, sir. All good people. If I could ask the member, given what we heard this morning in terms of where we might potentially be in terms of a much higher cost living by the end of the year, do you think it might be possible to have an initial interim report prior to that, or is that the earliest that you think you can? Because there needs to be some pace with this. It needs to be done properly, but some pace. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member from Red Bay for that question and suggestion. As we all know, the cost of living was the biggest issue that we faced once we were campaigning. I will do my endeavour best to see how we can expedite this, because we, as a national coalition for Caymanians, realize that the cost of living and our people need help right away. We can't bring it to the end of the year. I will do my endeavour best with the team to bring the cost of living relief. As you can see, we've already put some measures in place on Wednesday with the relief of duty on fuel, and also the 18-cent ceiling on CUC bills for our per kilowatt hour for our people as well. So it's not just a trade framework that we're working on to help reduce the cost of living. This entire government is working feverishly each and every time we meet.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, sir. Just humor me for a second, please. I want to thank you, Mr. Minister. We discussed this last night. You're correct. This was a matter we all campaigned on, but things are going to get a lot worse than they were back then. I was surprised, actually, to find that after saying last year, October, that you'd be moving swiftly, that the term of reference is only now just recently passed or agreed. So I thank you for your responses. I thank you for your openness and your honesty, and I really hope you're able to achieve something faster. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Deputy Premier and Minister of Trade, what is it? Tourism and Trade Development. Can the Honourable Minister say whether or not they will be looking at ratings and grading standards? And to further explain, Mr. Speaker, it seems as if we are tied at the umbilical cord to American standards. And the only way we're going to bring down cost is to start importing direct from manufacturers in Europe and South America without going into the US because of the tariffs and the additional costs in transportation. However, it is very difficult to get planning on all appliances, etc., to accept. You have to go through hoops and jumps and tunnels every time to get them to accept European standards versus the UL listing, which is just a rating standard. And of course, USDA, the same places that the United States are buying products from, sticking a USDA sticker on it, and we're expecting to get that same USDA sticker when we import from other countries as well. We have to start setting our own standards and accepting international standards. So my question is, will your group be looking at the surrounding issues, the underlying issues that make it difficult for importers to bring costs down by finding more affordable products and supplies?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition from Georgetown North for that. This is something that we'll be working and looking closely at, but we also have to consider that we can't lower our standards and our products for our people as well, because the Minister of Plahi, although he's not here, we'll be looking at construction materials and also food products as well to make sure that we have the best standards available.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, and just to make it clear, I'm not talking about lowering standards. I'm talking about recognizing across the board equal standards from other jurisdictions. In food, you may have to start doing your own inspections and certifying different plants and things of that nature, or if they can prove that they're already shipping to the United States, and then we can do inspections here through our own Department of Agriculture, etc.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank the member very much for that. And no, we completely agree, and definitely whatever we can do, we will do.
Next question.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown North, to ask the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability, question number 123.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 123 in my name to the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability. Question reads, can the Honourable Minister say, A, what immediate and medium-term measures the government has implemented or intends to implement to prevent and suppress landfill fires, particularly in the light of the 3 significant fire events within the past 3 months? B, whether a comprehensive landfill management and fire prevention plan currently exists, and if so, when was it last updated, and whether it includes independent environmental oversight? And C, what is the government's long-term strategy with defined timelines and funding commitments for addressing the ongoing environmental and public health risks associated with the current landfill site. I know, Mr. Speaker, that some of these were answered in the statement yesterday, but there are some parts that were missed. Thank you.
She has the answers here. Honourable Minister of Health and Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer. The NCFC government has a structured plan to tackle the long-standing issue of waste management across 4 fronts, with immediate, short, and long-term actions all progressing at the same time. We have money in the budget for immediate infrastructure and operational improvements, and funding for the initial stages of the medium and long-term solutions. I've allocated $6 million this year and another $2 million next year so that we can implement our plan, and work is already underway. The immediate and medium term, which is exiting the Regen project, based on a number of technical reports, including a report by the OAG, affirmed that the view of the previous arrangement was considered as unaffordable, high risk, and not delivering value for money. The government is continuing to bring the Regen negotiations to a close. This step allows us to accelerate waste diversion and the development of a long-term solution. These exit negotiations began in 2024, and we are committed to bringing them to an agreeable close by the end of this year. Phase 2, improving landfill operations. Right now, we are strengthening management of the Georgetown landfill to make it safer and more stable. Active fire mitigation remains in place, with daily operations adjusted to manage heat, air exposure, and waste handling. Let me explain what that looks like. We are placing approximately 4,000 cubic yards of cover materials across the site. This suppresses heat, limits oxygen exposure, reduces odor and pest, and directly lowers fire risk. Cover is now a feature of daily operations and is not just a response to the last fire. Equipment. We have identified the need for additional equipment when we agreed a budget of $2.7 million to improve landfill operations. Consistent compaction is key, as it reduces fire risk and extends the site's operational life. When the fire broke out, the primary compactor was out of action, pending delivery of a part that's scheduled to arrive sometime this month in May. Going forward, we will have 2 compactors, plus a backup to ensure uninterrupted service. We are also procuring 2 dump trucks, an additional bulldozer, a medical incinerator, a tire shredder, 2 additional fire wells for Georgetown, and 1 for Cayman Brac, and 1 for Little Cayman. Additionally, we are procuring a compactor for Cayman Brac, as well as a second compactor for the Georgetown landfill. At the landfill, procurement is already underway to remove the end-of-life vehicles, scrap metal, and tires in all 3 islands. Air quality. We are assessing what our current monitoring network tells us about air quality during and after the fire. We are evaluating what additional capacity is needed to give residents the continuous, location-specific data they deserve, and I'll report this back to the House on that assessment. Medium term, reducing landfill waste and increasing landfill capacity. Waste diversion and landfill life extension are being advanced together along with legislation and policies. As I mentioned at the beginning, the outcome of our exit negotiations are critical to how we move forward with the recycling work stream and the long-term solution. 49% of the waste entering the landfill comes from commercial activity, and 2/3 of that is recyclable. Diverting this waste is a high-impact priority. That is why we are introducing mandatory commercial recycling. We are also investing in a new material recycling facility to increase our sorting and processing capacity by 2029. I will share the final decisions on location, cost, and operational specifications at the appropriate stage of the procurement process. In tandem with this, we are expanding residential recycling depots and developing public education campaigns on responsible disposal of waste, including batteries, waste oil, and hazardous materials that could pose a fire risk. The recent progression of the single-use plastic bans prohibiting the import of 8 commonly used plastic items under the Customs and Border Control legislation is also a key part of our push to divert waste from the landfill. Central to our plan is a new line landfill. Adjacent to the current tipping area is government-owned land, referred to as Site 4. This is where we will construct a new engineered landfill built to modern environmental standards. This is well-considered infrastructure design, will extend the operational life of the landfill to 2036, provided there are no major hurricanes, and provides the stable operational platform we need while the permanent solution is being developed. Fire prevention plan. To address my honourable colleague's question about the fire plan, I can confirm that a landfill fire prevention and response plan is in existence, and it has been in place since 2025. Fire prevention is embedded in daily operations through compaction, daily cover, load checking, fire breaks, and equipment maintenance. Clear emergency procedures are in place, including coordination with the fire service and accountability for all personnel on site. We are now reviewing that plan in light of the recent fire, to incorporate lessons learned. The fire prevention and response plan does not have independent environmental oversight, but the steering committee for the long-term solution could take this into consideration. The long-term strategy. The government is developing a modern integrated waste management solution for the Cayman Islands. I've said before and will say again that I will be honest with this House about the timeline, because after 30 years of miscommitments, honesty about what is realistic is more important than promises that sound good and deliver nothing. This country deserves an effective, well-considered, long-term solution that lasts. The steering committee will be in place by summer, and we expect to reach the outlined business case stage where the preferred solution, its cost, land requirements, and environmental performance are defined by the fall of 2027. Applying lessons learned from Regen and the Auditor General's report, we will not commit major public funds to a project before it is fully scoped and costs are defined. We will not repeat the mistake of turning a well-intentioned project into a financial burden for the country. The capital investment will come when we know exactly what we are investing in, and I commit to keeping this House and the public informed with every step we take as we build this long-term waste management solution for the Cayman Islands.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few questions. I thank the Minister for that detailed answer. Can the Minister say, through you, Mr. Speaker, when she refers to the Auditor General's report, can I just confirm that the decision to exit the Regen contract was done with the information provided in the updated Auditor General's report? Not the original one, but the updated one that's been heavily redacted.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's report was one of the documents that we reviewed. There were a myriad of, I won't go as far as say reports, but details that we received from the technical team that the government had retained, or has retained because they're still retained, as well as our legal team, and the Auditor General's report that all members were able to cast their eyes upon was not the redacted report. So by the time that the decision was made, it was long before there was a redacted report.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So just to confirm through you, Mr. Speaker, the decision was made prior to the updated Auditor General's report.
Honourable Minister, I think that's what she said.
Mr. Speaker, I can't remember the specific date, so I don't want to go on record given the wrong dates, but what I can confidently say is that all members had come to a position that exiting because of the fact that based on the information provided through the project team that was working through the Ministry of Environment at the time, the project had many risks. It was financial risk. It was seen that it didn't have, it was no longer value for money. We had a major issue with insurance. There were a myriad of issues, so the decision had been made. I think it's safe to say quite confidently that the Auditor General's report just gave everyone comfort that we had made the right decision.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, through you, thank you. I thank the Minister for that answer. It's just interesting because the own report referred to all the time on the basis of the decision is Auditor General's report. And this will come out one day, but I guess we know that a lot of information was missing from the first report and is now included in the updated report. So we'll wait until all the negotiations are completed and that new report can be released. But we move on, Mr. Speaker, that's all history now. I want, if the Honourable Minister could expound a bit for me where she says that the outcome of the exit negotiations is critical to how we move forward with the recycling work stream and the long-term solutions.
Mr. Speaker, I can say that the reason why it's referred to as critical is because it involves property that is right now being used. For example, the property that is being used to house the end-of-life vehicles is contemplated in the exit arrangement. And so this is the reason why it's critical, because before we can determine how to move forward with recycling facilities and if they can be located right there at the landfill, we need to first determine how we move out of the exit arrangement.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know you can't get into details, so I thank you for that response. I thank the Minister for the response. Mr. Speaker, through you, getting a little bit more into the landfill itself. Can the Speaker say if there is on-site inspection at the tipping point to see what is actually being delivered into the landfill?
Honourable
Minister, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I've been informed through the Director that the landfill attendants, they have assigned duties to inspect the landfill, inspect what has been delivered, and to ensure that there isn't any signaling of fires.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Sorry, just to clarify, and you can do that. I'll ask another question, but you said checking the landfill. My question was, is there someone on site that when someone says that I'm delivering vegetation, that's actually there to see that is actually vegetation that's being delivered versus hazardous materials? But I'll ask another question, you can clarify that. And then also, do you know, can the Honourable Minister say if there are fire extinguishers on the site to deal with flare-ups? I saw a video earlier today and you confirmed with me that it was in fact a small fire, and the video showed a gentleman standing looking at the fire, and I just thought if he had a nice big fire extinguisher he could have extinguished it right there, not giving it a chance to spread.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will respond based on the answer I received from the Director. However, as it is an operational question, if the member would like a more detailed response, I can ask the Director to get in a chair. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has confirmed that the... Mr. Speaker, if I can just get a moment to consult with the Director. He has conf Sorry? Oh, sorry. For a moment, I was thinking we were in Finance Committee. He has confirmed that there are fire extinguishers on site. And I was going to speak to the fire this morning, just to say, if you will allow me, Mr. Speaker, that, there we go, so I'm preempting that at 11:15 this morning, a small surface fire was observed in the tipped waste. So to answer the member's question, it was actually identified when doing the inspections. The fire was attended by the Cayman Islands Fire Service and DEH personnel, and it was contained quickly and extinguished. As we all know, in the business of landfill operations, fire is a known risk. However, the swift response to this morning fire displays that the vigilance and response to this risk is critically essential. And what is also evident is that this morning's fire incident was responded to very quickly and contained, which gives a testament on the additional measures that have now been put in place to mitigate fires if they do arise. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, if I can, that's the reason why I wanted to touch on the fire, is I'd like to take this opportunity to speak to the public and just remind them of the safe disposal of used batteries. Oftentimes, these fires are started because of improper disposal of used batteries in household waste, which poses a significant fire risk at the landfill. And I'm just encouraging residents not to place used batteries in your regular garbage. Batteries may spark or leak, which increases the chance of landfill fires. And there are designated battery disposal tubes located at all major supermarkets for the safe removal of batteries. So I just want to remind the public that this small action helps to protect the environment and it reduces the risk of fire. And I think right now that is also an important message that we need to get out to the public.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, sir. And you're absolutely right there, Minister, that we should be careful what we put in the landfill. I did find it interesting during the last landfill fire that, I won't say who it was reported, that they were pretty sure that if the fire started due to a battery, and when the compactor goes over the battery, it squashes it and causes it to spark and da-da-da-da. And then in the next report, it said that the compactor actually wasn't even working. So I don't know when the fire started or when the compactor broke down. But Mr. Speaker, I had been reliably informed, Minister, that there is not proper fire extinguishers at the top of the landfill, but the team can confirm that, I'm sure. Through you, Mr. Speaker, continuing on that, can the Minister say if there is a night watchman at the landfill, on the top of the landfill, as part of the fire safety, the fire prevention plan?
Mr. Speaker, I'll just consult really quickly. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, just to answer the member, and I'd like to thank the member for that question. It's a good question. The landfill location has security throughout the evening and into the morning at the entrance, 24 hours. And since the most recent fire, the director has made the decision to utilize the landfill attendants, I want to make sure I get their titles right, landfill attendants, who rotate through the evenings and stay on to make sure to monitor that there isn't any indication of fires.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, thank the Honourable Minister for that response. And it does, I must tell you, I live, as I said, probably a quarter mile as the crow flies from the landfill, and I found myself now getting up out of bed some nights and peeking outside because it is that much at the forefront of my mind and everybody that lives in that area. Can the Honourable Minister say if there has been any independent assessment conducted on the landfill for gas management and ignition risks?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just need a minute to check. Mr. Speaker, to answer the member's question, the flare for the gases is in place. It hasn't been commissioned as yet. The director is in the process of finalizing a job description, and he will be advertising in short order to have someone recruited to come and monitor the gas flare. And I just want to touch back on the earlier question that the member raised about the monitoring of the landfill. And I just want to say that I'm grateful for the support that I've been receiving from my colleagues, and I'm sure there may be an opportunity where we might have to come down later to, certainly personnel is one of the areas where I think we're going to have to look at later because as we have a project of this size, we need to make sure that we have the adequate staffing. But thankfully, the director is using the staff he has on hand and being innovative to ensure that we are mitigating any future fires.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Honourable Minister for those responses. The Honourable Minister said that they're in the process of reviewing the landfill management plan. In my, I think it was the strategic policy statement debate, I had recommended there that there be some sort of independent oversight, whether it be from the Department of Environment or someone that when you create or update this management plan, that you put clear performance benchmarks in there and a public reporting mechanism and a reporting mechanism to the Cabinet and to the Parliament, and have that monitored or regulated by a second agency, an independent agency. It's just a checks and balance thing, because I had the pleasure of working with Mr. Sims, and I know how Director Sims, and I know how meticulous he is.
Leader Opposition, you have a question? Because what you're doing now is reviving previous debate, and you can't do that. So ask your question, please.
Well,
you're reviving your...
Well, I'm saying that was what I'd recommend, and I asked the Minister if she would consider implementing, or is she going to implement that? And because I do have confidence in the director, but he cannot be there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Mr. Speaker, it is a good question, and I do remember the member raising it when we were down dealing with the SPS. And I will say that whilst we are looking at the draft environmental health bill, we're also looking at other models from other jurisdictions as to how they manage their landfills or their waste management solutions as it relates to your point, regulation and monitoring mechanisms, oversight. And certainly we do have the Department of Environment as well. So bearing all those things in mind, the member is on to the same thought process that we are having in the ministry.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be really quick because I know you're trying to get over the question time. First, I want to say congratulations to the emergency crew and the staff at the dump and the leadership. They did an amazing job keeping us protected. So on behalf of the official opposition, I know that your government is confident in you. Thank you. I know you're under some difficult circumstances and doing your best. With that being said, can the Honourable Minister say the recent fire of that nature, what is the cost to the country to keep that under control? Obviously, that cost us something. And I say that because naturally, something as simple as putting a battery in household waste, the public needs to understand something that's just simply putting a battery in can cost the country tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars and potential lives. And I want them to take that seriously. Because to be honest with you, the first thing that came to my mind is to bring a motion to this House or a bill to amend the penalties on persons putting batteries in household items, because this is serious. So with that in mind, I know you may not have this answer right now, or maybe your team can advise you. What was the cost, outside of obviously the safety of our people, for us to distinguish the recent fire?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question, and you're right, I don't have the answer for the financial cost, but as we all could see the smoke in the air, we all know that environmentally it was a very heavy price. And not only do we have batteries, but recently, we've been having discussions about vapes. And so this is another thing for the public to bear in mind. When you take a vape and throw it and it goes in the landfill, these are things that cause fires. And I'm not sure if the members had any other questions, but I really want to take an opportunity, so I'll just do it now, and if anyone else wants to ask a question, to just thank Director Sims and his team, and as well as Director Sims, the Chief Officer, and the Deputy Chief Officer, Nika, who has been working very hard to assist with, one, exiting the current arrangement, and two, working on a long-term solution. And with the most, well, I can't say the most latest fire because we had the small fire this morning, but the fire that we had it feels like just a day ago, but the fire that we had most recently, Director Sims and Deputy Chief Officer Nika and I, along with our policy team, we were all in a meeting. And we left and went straight down to the landfill and assessed it, and certainly wanted to make sure that Director Sims, I think that's something that he would do on a normal, but I certainly wanted to go and see for myself. And I will say that I am grateful that I have colleagues who are supportive of us addressing this landfill situation by improving the way in which we are dealing with it since this recent fire.
Member for Reidby, last question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last two questions touched partly on what I wanted to ask. Through you, sir, to the Minister, I recall hearing an individual, I forget his name, say that the fire was brought to us. Fires at landfill, Minister, will be brought to you, will be brought to the landfill. Batteries are a problem, and it didn't occur to me until this fire about vapes, and there may be other things. The supermarket that I shop at, I don't recall seeing those tubes there. They may be there. If it's there, it may be hidden. If this is a huge issue, so can I ask if you're willing to consider working within your government to get more of these tubes out in the wider public, even at bars, right? Because the vapes will be disposed there as well. And public education on the importance of it, not just saying it in here, right? Have the PSAs on Radio Cayman, have the signage out. It's a huge problem. I can't promise you that I always remember to put batteries in one of these tubes, especially if you can't find them. So a bit long-winded, sir, but I'll leave it at that. If I could ask a commitment that you will consider that and get that done. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can give my commitment to the member. What I can say is that I've been advised that there are receptacles at almost every single supermarket, but I will ensure that we increase them. And I love the suggestion of putting some of them around bars as it relates to vapes. Sadly, as we spoke about vapes, some of the members referred to just being around some of the school premises and seeing all of the vapes around the perimeter of the schools. And that's another matter that we will be addressing very soon. But I just wanted to thank the member for this suggestion, and we will work on getting additional receptacles to place around the island.
Next question.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, question number 124.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 124, standing in my name. Can the Honourable Premier state how the government distributes media statements to the public?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Georgetown Central for the question. The answer: the government is fully committed to communicating with the public in a manner that is accurate, transparent, timely, and consistent. Central to this commitment is the regular issuance of media statements, formal written communication issued by the government to inform the public, media, and key stakeholders about policy, programs, services, decisions, and other matters of public interest. Media statements include press releases, ministerial statements, official announcements, and responses to matters of public concern. The Cayman Islands government comprises 13 ministries and portfolios, each of which may generate media statements throughout the year. The volume of communication published by core government reflects the breadth and pace of government activity. 565 press releases were published in 2025, and a further 197 press releases were published between 1 January and the 29th of April 2026 alone. This output underscores the government's proactive approach to keeping the public well informed. All media statements are published to a single centralized online platform, the official Cayman Islands government website, gov.ky, making them easily and freely accessible to any member of the public at any time. Current and recent statements can be found at gov.ky/news, while the full archive of historical press releases are available at cigarchives.gov.ky/news/all-news. The public is encouraged to utilize these resources as the primary reference points for official government communications. In addition to this central repository, media statements are disseminated through a range of channels designed to ensure the widest possible reach throughout the community. Statements are circulated directly to media houses, especially Radio Cayman, the island's public broadcaster. They are also posted and shared across the government's official digital and online platforms, as well as its social media channels, providing timely and direct public access. Furthermore, reach is achieved through CIG TV, the government's television broadcast service, which carries official statements and announcements via YouTube and local cable channels to the wider viewing public. Each ministry retains the discretion to utilize one or all of the available distribution channels, depending on the intended audience and the nature of the statement. This flexibility, yet coordinated approach ensures communications are appropriately targeted while enabling broad dissemination where the subject matter is warranted. The government remains steadfast in its commitment to consistent and effective communication with all residents of the Cayman Islands and continues to review its communication channels to ensure that no member of the community is left uninformed. However, like with many other operations, it is subject to continual enhancements. For instance, in consultation with the member for Georgetown Central, I accepted the suggestion that there is room to enhance the timely and direct sharing of official communications with all 19 members of Parliament. I have therefore asked the Department of Communications to implement a guideline for the department itself, as well as ministry and portfolios, to incorporate the email addresses of all 19 members of Parliament in the automated email distributions of government releases.
Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Premier has been rather strategic in addressing my concern before I even get the supplementaries. And I'm so glad that he has taken the decision to address it by allowing all media statements to be sent to the various emails of members. So we are, and the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for me to highlight, is that many people in our community don't distinguish the difference between the government member and a member of opposition. They expect us all to know what's going on. So if a government does make a decision, we are expected to know that exactly whenever it's announced. So if they're willing to give it to the media, they should give it to us exactly at the same time. So I appreciate that. I just want one clarification from the Honourable Premier. The Cabinet summaries will be included in that, as well as the announcement for gazettes, because those are very important publications as well, which are not normally sent out. But I think that it's important that we all know what those are as well. If he would give commitment to that, I'd be really appreciated, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his recognition of the comprehensive and proactive nature of the answer in keeping with our government's proactive communication. And the answer is quite straightforward and simple, that yes, Cabinet summaries will be included in that. What would be helpful to avoid any miscommunication is for all the members to identify the email address that they wanted to go to. Because we're all monitoring like a dozen different community channels, text, emails, social media, instant messenger. So if you could identify that, we can then easily, as the Minister for Finance agreed with you earlier, create that very simple, the computer service department can do it, email group.
Next question.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honourable Deputy Governor. Question number 125.
Deputy Governor. Sorry. Member for Deputy Leader of the Opposition and member for Central Georgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I definitely don't think I can fill those shoes. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the question standing in my name, number 125. Can the Honourable Deputy Governor state whether all statutory authorities and government-owned companies, better known as SAGCs, are currently in full compliance with the governance on remuneration of members of public bodies policy as approved by Cabinet? And if not, could the Deputy Governor provide a list of the specific boards that have deviated from the approved schedule and the reasons for such variances?
Honourable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. At present, not all statutory authorities and government-owned companies, SAGCs, are operating under the updated guidance on the remuneration of members appointed by public bodies, developed by the Office of the Deputy Governor and endorsed by Cabinet. However, Mr. Speaker, and I want to make this clear, this does not represent non-compliance. When the policy was introduced, a transitional arrangement was adopted so that existing board members could remain on their current remuneration term until new appointments or reappointments are made, a board requests a review, or the Deputy Governor determines that a review is needed. As a result, some boards may still be operating under previous remuneration arrangements while they transition to the updated framework. SAGC's review since the introduction of the policy. Since the introduction of the guidance policy in 2023, recommendations have been provided to the following SAGCs: the Cayman Islands Museum, the Cayman Islands Health Services Authority, the National Drug Council, and the Water Authority. SAGCs currently under review are the National Roads Authority and the Cayman Islands the Cayman Turtle Conservation Education Center. Those are now in process. Wider public bodies. In addition to SAGCs, recommendations have also been issued for 14 other public bodies, with a further 5 currently under review. The Office of the Deputy Governor continues to work with ministries, portfolios, and public bodies to bring remuneration arrangements into alignment with the approved framework as appointments are renewed and reviews are completed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a point of technicality or electronics. All 3 of our mics can't be on at the same time.
Yeah. I just need to explain the confusion earlier because all the paper has the question going to the Premier, whereas the question is addressed to the thing. So, okay.
You're 100% correct, sir. Mr. Speaker, myself and the Honourable Premier had discussions about transferring the answer to the Honourable Deputy Governor, which I was quite comfortable with. My only point for asking this question is because naturally there is a review on public bodies, and I want to ensure that the government has the opportunity that if there's any variances to rectify them, because if a cabinet approved these remunerations, even if you have to change the amounts, do so. I don't want the public criticizing these boards and entities wrongfully, because we don't always get it perfect for the hard work these bodies do. So before other committees start to criticize, as a former minister, I understand the hard work that boards do, and sometimes suggested price points are not reflective of the commitment given. Some of these boards even take full-time, almost like a full-time job to give any true value to it. So with that being said, I'm glad to hear that there's a review, but just want to clarify, and this is the only follow-up I have, that there's 14 entities outside of it that you're waiting feedback to rectify. Is that what I understand clearly?
Just to clarify, Mr. Speaker, so wider public bodies, in addition to SAGC's, recommendations have also been issued for 14 other public bodies. So in addition to the SAGCs, we've also done other boards as well. But, Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with the point the Minister made. We had a chat with the Premier, and I think his question has triggered us to say, let's have a little look at this to see if there's any agencies that we're missing, find out exactly what's going on, and then bring them in line with the policy or have the discussion. So I thank the Minister for raising the issue.
Next question.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown North, to ask the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability, question number 126.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 126 in my name to the Honourable Minister of Health, Environment and Sustainability. The question reads, Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Minister say if there are currently any addiction rehabilitation facilities for females and minors?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer: there are currently no active, dedicated residential addiction rehabilitation facilities in the Cayman Islands for females or minors. At present, residential addiction rehabilitation services are limited to adult males, primarily through the Caribbean Haven Residential Center. Female residential services at Caribbean Haven were temporarily suspended in October 2025 due to insufficient staffing, which created limitations in delivering gender-appropriate services and raised safety concerns. As a result, there are currently no on-island residential addiction rehabilitation facilities dedicated to females, children, or adolescents. By way of context, services at the Caribbean Haven Residential Center had already been disrupted due to insufficient funding, which led to a decision by the former director to suspend the female program. This has contributed to the existing service gaps which the ministry is actively working to address. The ministry is working closely with the current director of the Department of Counseling Services to reinstate female residential services at Caribbean Haven as quickly as possible, and entails securing appropriate staffing, ensuring compliance with regulatory and safeguarding requirements, and confirming that services can be delivered safely and sustainably. Subject to operational readiness, the current director of Department of Counseling Services has advised that female residential rehabilitation services are expected to recommence within the next 12 weeks. Addiction treatment in the Cayman Islands is delivered through a continuum of care led primarily by the Department of Counseling Services and supported by the Health Services Authority, alongside private and non-governmental partners. Medical detoxification services are provided exclusively through the Health Services Authority Medical Detox Unit, which serves as the sole medically supervised detox facility and the primary gateway into residential care. Residential rehabilitation itself is currently provided only to adults aged 18 and over and remains male-focused. For females and minors, services are presently delivered through outpatient and community-based interventions. These include individual and group counseling, family-based interventions, prevention programs, and psychological and behavioral health services provided by the Department of Counseling Services, the Family Resource Center, the Health Services Authority, and other clinical partners. In cases where clinical needs exceed local capacity, particularly for minors, treatment is accessed through established overseas referral pathways. The government recognizes that these service arrangements present significant gaps, particularly the absence of residential rehabilitation for women and youth-specific treatment options. As a result, work is currently underway to re-establish residential rehabilitation services for women, including addressing staffing, operational and sustainability requirements to ensure services can be delivered safely and effectively. With respect to minors, the ministry's approach remains focused on prevention, early intervention, and family-centered care, consistent with international evidence indicating that residential treatment could be a last resort for young persons and used only where clinically indicated. At the same time, opportunities are being explored to strengthen intensive treatment pathways for high-need cases, including potential pilot models and enhanced referral mechanisms. In summary, in the weeks leading up to the reinstatement of residential services for females, both groups have access to a range of outpatient, family-based, and where necessary, overseas treatment services. The government acknowledges the existing gaps, inherited challenges, and operational disruptions, and is actively working to strengthen and expand services to ensure more equitable and responsive addiction treatment across the population.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, just to thank the Honourable Minister for that detailed response. And yeah, that's it, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister say who funds the Caribbean Haven?
Honorable Minister of Health.
The Caribbean Haven facility is funded through the Ministry of Health.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm not going to try to get political, but you have to tell me, how is it that the director had to make a decision to to shut down the female rehabilitation part due to funding. Did the ministry not know what was going on there for something as vital as this, that female persons with addiction don't have anywhere to go, and they're not going to be able to get that until about a year? How did that happen?
It's in the answer. It's already in the answer. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member asked a question in relation to the funding. There was a gap with personnel prior to the budget, and the reason why there has been a cease is because as it relates to recruitment, even though we received the funding, hold on, let me just reverse for a minute. There were efforts to do, 11.5s or Section 12s. It was during a period where you couldn't use funding from a previous year you couldn't use funding, hold on a second.
It's in the answer already. Son of overseas. I'm not supposed to get involved.
Mr. Speaker, I am no Minister of Finance, and so as it relates to the 11.5s and all that jazz, I had to make sure to remind myself and speak to my colleagues. So at the time when funding was requested, we were going down into the end of 2025. In order to start the recruitment process, the funding would need to have been available for them to go out and recruit. So we requested, or the ministry attempted to request an 11.5. However, funding cannot be used for 1 year to deal with recruitment for the second year. Funding is in place for 2026, and they are now seeking to deal with the recruitment for 2026. But the reason why it wasn't addressed in 2025 was by the time the recruitment, as many know, when you recruit, it takes about 3 months at least. This is what I've been told by the team, and that is the reason why it wasn't addressed.
With the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I really do not think it's fair that this falls on the minister's lap. But luckily, I had the opportunity to represent the good people of this country and be in cabinet for 4 years. I know how the process works. Mr. Speaker, it was suspended according to the minister's answers in October 2025. There would have been a budget allocated for 2 years for the salaries of the workers who deal with the females, all the way up to the end of 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The logic that there's no money makes no sense to me. It's either somebody who didn't prepare for persons leaving that deals with females in respect to the recruitment process, or money. I would hate to want to say where the money went to, but there's allocations for the salary, so something is not making sense. And this is a crucial entity to help people. Mr. Speaker, to put this in context, I have a constituent who has been sentenced to Fairbanks Prison because they didn't have a facility for rehab, like Caribbean Haven, due to this mishap, which I do not accept the excuse that has been given to this Honourable House.
Mr. Speaker, I've been reliably informed, and I'd like to just clarify to the member to ensure that there isn't any confusion. So, as it relates to personnel or staffing requests, this would be a new or an additional request. This isn't a matter of having a staff member leave that position and need to be filled. This is a position that was taken as it relates to a policy position that was taken based on an assessment of what appeared to be a safety issue. Having I think the way that it was operating before was they were rotating staff, and so the director determined that it was safety elements, and until there had been additional staff brought in, from a safety standpoint, the position was made to cease the services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is definitely the last question because I don't want to confuse the public. So what I heard the Honourable Minister say, and I'll preface that and then ask my question, is that there was not enough adequate staff, so they had the money for the staff they had currently within the 2-year budget. A safety decision has been made to say, I need more staff in order to take care of the females properly, and therefore I shut it down until I get that. Shut it down in October. It wasn't an urgent enough matter to bring it to the ministry that it takes almost a year before we get it back in place. I am now starting to question the ability to run the entity if it takes you that gap from October to the 12 weeks from today will be in July. That's 10 months, almost 1 full year without the services to the females. So obviously, from a structural perspective, to keep the place running, something needs to be reconsidered. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, maybe I don't have a question, but I'll ask the Honourable Minister, do they have any intentions of reviewing the operations of the entity that we give the money for? Because this is a failure.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the member's question, we are currently reviewing the operations between the ministry and the department.
Okay. That concludes question. And I want to take this opportunity for the 3rd time to remind members to please, please, please review carefully Part 5 of the Parliamentary Standing Orders 2025, because in the new session, I intend to follow the standing orders much more closely than I have been done in this session.
Statements by members of the government.
I have received requests for a number of statements, and I've approved them, and I will simply call them in order. The first statement is by the Honorable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to inform this Honorable House the Cabinet has, this week, approved the preparation of an updated drafting instructions to amend the Local Company Control Act 2025, known as the LCCA, to give Cabinet the power to make regulations to declare a moratorium on the grant of licenses for any trade or business category for which a license has been granted. This decision not only aligns with the government's stated policy mandate, but delivers a commitment undertaken in this Honorable House in July 2024. By way of background, Mr. Speaker, the LCCA, since its introduction in 1971, has served a clear purpose: to secure meaningful participation for Caymanians in the local economy. It does so by requiring at least 60% Caymanian ownership and control of local businesses. It also provides an exemption for entities who do not satisfy these requirements but are able to prove that there are exceptional circumstances and Cabinet have regard to the public interest, can, against this criteria, approve the grant of a local companies control law license, LCCL. While LCCLs represent a small portion of the overall market, approximately 213 out of more than 10,000 trade and business licenses as at the end of 2025 are heavily concentrated in the real estate and property development sectors. These sectors in recent years experienced significant upward pressure on cost, with concerns raised about affordability and access for Caymanians. Similar concerns were also expressed during consultations between the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce and industry stakeholders in 2022, when local Caymanian developers raised the impact of large-scale, high-end developments, the cost of material and labors. Those discussions highlighted the increasing difficulty for smaller Caymanian developers to compete and for Caymanians to access opportunities within the sector. This Honorable House responded decisively in July 2024 with the unanimous approval of Private Members' Motion 12, 2023-2024, calling for enhanced Caymanian ownership requirements and a moratorium on the grant of LCCLs. Shortly after the formation of this government, the policy team in the ministry commenced work on this important matter. Approval for drafted instructions was initially sought from Cabinet in December 2025 in relation to the categories of real estate and property development, those being the relevant sectors from the private members' motion that fell within our subject area. Following the review of an initial draft bill, the NCFC caucus was of the view that a general power would bolster the legislation should there be impact on additional trade and business categories. The NCFC caucus therefore provided directions to the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce last week to amend the drafting instructions to provide Cabinet with a broad power to declare a moratorium on the grant of LCCLs across any trade or business category where it's deemed necessary. The updated drafted instructions also represent a practical and timely step advancing the intent of this NCF government and this Honorable House, supporting wider reform and bolstering our ability to respond to evolving economic conditions. To put this plainly, Mr. Speaker, our country These Cayman Islands now has more than enough talented, qualified, experienced, well-resourced Caymanians who are undoubtedly capable to conduct numerous trade or business categories, and the commerce legislation must be brought up to date to take account of this evolution. We recognize there was wisdom and vision when this legislation was initially introduced. At the time, there would have been a recognition that we had a very small population which needed various services and businesses for which we were not yet fully equipped to conduct independently. But surely our legislative predecessors would have envisioned that if this beloved country got to a stage where our people have greater capability to conduct numerous trades and businesses, then their legislative successors, i.e., us and this chamber at present day, would in turn have the vision and the courage to make sensible adjustments to reflect the remarkable reality that Caymanians have gained a wide range of experience and expertise. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, this proposed reform must also be viewed within the wider context of the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce phased commerce reform program. The reform program intends to deliver comprehensive updates to legislation, policy, and procedures across the business licensing regime with a focus on practical short-term measures to support micro and small businesses. For instance, as part of this reform program, for the first time in Cayman business licensing history, multi-year licenses are available. There is now an increase in the duration of licenses for up to 5 years for compliant Caymanian-owned businesses. This service, administered by the Department of Commerce and Investment, went live on Tuesday of this week, being 28th April 2026. Taken together, these initiatives directly support broad outcome 3, the economy, a diversified and resilient economy that supports prosperity and innovation. They are aimed at easing structural deficiencies in key sectors, improving opportunities for Caymanians, and ensuring that economic growth remains inclusive yet sustainable. The modernization of this piece of commerce legislation also contributes directly to the delivery of broad outcome 6, public services, efficient, effective, accountable, and people-centered public services. As in order to operationalize these changes to the legislation, adjustments are required to the capacity, digital capability, and accountability of public services to ensure that the department, in this case, Commerce and Investment, delivers efficient, modern, responsive services to the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let us continue to promote Caymanian businesses and do what we can on our own.
I have approved a statement by the Honorable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement to this Honourable House in accordance with Section 11(6) of the Public Management and Finance Act 2026 revision regarding an exceptional circumstance appropriation approved by Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has authorised this transaction pursuant to Section 11(5) of the Act, which provides for executive financial transactions in circumstances that could not reasonably have been anticipated, that are beyond the control of Cabinet, and that require timely intervention in the national interest. This matter concerns the continued advancement of the national CCTV program, which is a critical security and public safety asset of the Cayman Islands. The government has taken a deliberate and strategic decision to pursue a targeted expansion of this program in order to strengthen community safety, enhance situational awareness, and ensure more equitable public safety coverage across our districts. Mr. Speaker, the national CCTV program and related network infrastructure is overseen by the Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs and administered by the Department of Public Safety Communications. It plays an essential role in supporting law enforcement through real-time monitoring, evidentiary capture, and coordinated response capability. In this instance, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet's determination was informed by consultation and technical assessment, including engagement between the Department of Public Safety Communications and the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, to ensure that the proposed expansion would deliver maximum operational impact and public safety benefit. Through this process, a gap in coverage in the eastern districts was identified, particularly in areas experiencing increased traffic movement, community activity, and evolving public safety risks. Addressing this gap could not be deferred without consequence to public safety outcomes. Accordingly, Cabinet approved the targeted expansion of the network, comprising the installation of 30 new CCTV cameras across strategically identified locations within Bodden Town and North Side. Together, Mr. Speaker, with a dedicated monitoring station at the North Side Police Station. Just for my friend from the North. Friends with an S, Mr. Speaker. You're my friend too. Mr. Speaker, having regard to the risks presented, we soon get to Eastern, don't worry, sir. Cabinet further determined that the most appropriate and responsible course of action was to reallocate funding within the existing 2026 budget rather than increase overall expenditure. On the 1st of April 2026, Cabinet therefore approved the transfer of appropriations in the amount of 165,000 CI dollars by reducing EA 168 Infrastructure and Development and increasing EI 93 Ministry of District Administration and Home Affairs to facilitate this expansion. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Act, I further advise this Honourable House that the authorised executive financial transaction is $165,000 in capital expenditure, and that this reallocation has no adverse impact on the government's overall financial position. This decision remains fully consistent with the principles of responsible financial management, including maintaining fiscal discipline while responding decisively to priority national risks. Mr. Speaker, this action reflects a broader and ongoing commitment by this government to modernize and strengthen our national security infrastructure, ensuring that our communities are safe, our law enforcement agencies are properly supported, and our public safety systems are resilient, responsive, and fit for purpose. It is a clear demonstration that where national security and public safety needs are identified, this government will act decisively, responsibly, and collectively to address them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I've also approved a statement by the Minister for Cayman Employment and Immigration. Minister of Cayman Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, May 1st is not just a date on the calendar. It is a day that Caymanians take back our rightful place at the center of our own nation's immigration framework. After decades of waiting, after months of preparation, and after one of the most transparent parliamentary processes this country has seen on immigration, Mr. Speaker, today is not routine. Today is not procedural. Today is transformational. This is the moment that future generations will look back and say, that was when Cayman decided to reset its course. Because this reform is not just about immigration. It is about our identity. It is about opportunities. It is about fairness. And it's about the future of every Caymanian. Mr. Speaker, this reform did not come from theory. It came from lived experience, from conversations in our districts, from young Caymanians returning home with degrees, but no doors open to them, from families asking, where do we fit in to our country? And who are we building the country for? Let us be honest about what the NCFC government inherited. A system where 54% of the population is expatriate, shifting the national balance. Between 2015 and 2025, over 9,000 PR permits and 7,098 status grants were issued, over 1,500 in 2024 alone. Caymanians are facing barriers to employment, not just at senior levels, but at entry-level positions. Our government invests approximately $40 million in scholarships per year, alongside tens of millions more in financial and healthcare assistance. Yet, despite that investment, many Caymanians are still finding it challenging to access meaningful employment and advancement. Mr. Speaker, the truth is simple. The system stopped working for the very people it was meant to protect, us, Caymanians. And so we remind ourselves, doing nothing would have been the real risk. The NCFC government did not get elected to manage the decline of our people. We came to correct the course. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have a mandate, a plan, and the courage to act. Let me say something clearly because it matters. The NCFC government was never about perfection. We are about fairness, because perfection delays action. Perfection protects the status quo. Perfection excuses inaction. But fairness demands courage. Fairness demands decisions. Fairness demands change. And so we approach this reform with 5 guiding principles. Caymanians must be prioritized in our own country. Opportunities must be accessible, not theoretical. Systems must be transparent, not ambiguous. Enforcement must be real, not optional. Reform must be responsible, not compromised. We did not promise perfection. We promised fairness. And today, Mr. Speaker, we are delivering fairness. We are improving a complex system. This is much more than just passing laws. Mr. Speaker, there's a narrative that must be corrected. The idea that protecting Caymanians somehow means rejecting others. Let us be absolutely clear. Caymanians First is not anti-expat. It is pro-fairness. This reform stands on balance. Cayman's success is built on investing in local talent while drawing on global expertise. Work permits will continue where Caymanians are genuinely unavailable. Cayman remains globally competitive, stable jurisdiction. Long-term residents are protected through transitional provisions. Expatriates who uphold our values and contribute positively are respected partners. And importantly, 37,000 plus work permits remain in place. Existing permits are not negatively impacted. The system is being responsibly corrected, not dismantled. Because, Mr. Speaker, a fair system does not divide a country. It strengthens it. This reform stands as one of the most transparent and consultative processes in our nation's history. Let us remind ourselves of that process. A full white paper consultation, 3 town hall meetings, 2 of which were aired on the radio and via social media, 8 stakeholder sessions, which engaged over 80 company representatives prior to passage, many radio, TV, and newspaper appearances prior to passage, and a 16-0 vote in this honorable House. But, Mr. Speaker, our engagement did not stop there. Ministry of Cayman Employment and Immigration, our ministry and the Department of Work have continued to actively engage stakeholders on a monthly basis, because reform does not end at legislation. Our most recent engagement was on April 23rd, where we met with approximately 110 representatives from the Cayman Islands Society of Human Resources Professionals. Mr. Speaker, that speaks volumes. It speaks to our commitment to partnership, our respect for the business community, our willingness to listen beyond legislation, our openness to continuous improvement, and our accountability as a government. And to be clear, the ministry and our department will continue our engagement with stakeholder groups. We will lead by example. We will show up, we will listen, we will collaborate, we will make changes where necessary, because that is what good governance requires. And that is why we say we consulted, we legislated, we listened, we adjusted, and we implemented. Mr. Speaker, let us move beyond the rhetoric and focus on results. This reform delivers stronger pathways and protections. Residency pathway extended from 15 to 20 years. Marriage pathway extended from 7 to 15 years. Naturalized persons, total, lawful, and ordinary residents extended from 15 to 20 years. Naturalized persons, period after naturalization registration extended from 5 to 10 years. BOTC citizen connected to another overseas territory extended from 15 to 20 years. By changing this legislation, it ensures long-term commitment to our country. Labor market rebalancing. Work permit holders' salary threshold raised from $3,500 to $5,000 per month per household to support a dependent, plus $1,000 per additional dependent. Work permit holders cannot change employers within a 2-year period without returning home for at least 1 year. We're closing the job hopping loophole. Exemptions to the 2-year employer rule are clear and published. It will be based on discrimination, bullying, unpaid overtime, and other circumstances the Director of Work considers sufficient. Advertising requirements strengthened. Jobs must be posted on the work portal and in a local newspaper for 21 days before a work permit can be applied for. Persons on work permit tied to their spouse's term limit, going forward, the lesser term limit will be observed. The previous system had far more ambiguity. That is precisely what created 15 years of legal risk. We're replacing uncertainty with clear rules. Recognition of Caymanians. Approximately 2,618 born Caymanians born in Cayman between January 1st, 1969 and March 26, 1977 are now automatically Caymanian. No application needed, restoring identity and belonging. Modern enforcement. Works enforcement and data sharing powers are expanded significantly, covering 13 public agencies. More checks and balances to identify and address marriages of convenience. Real-time data sharing. Improve compliance and oversight. Modern systems require modern tools. This is effective regulation. Continuation of IRC after divorce, dissolution, or annulment. The revised act gives the board or the Director of Work discretion to revoke an IRC where the marriage or civil partnership has dissolved or been annulled and lasted for at least 7 years, but less than 15 years at the time of dissolution or annulment. Revocation is not automatic, and individual circumstances can be considered. Applications based on Caymanian children. A detailed set of changes applies where a person seeks continuation of an RRC on the basis that they have Caymanian children. The law now requires more proof than that a child exists, and instead seeks to ensure that the applicant has financially supported the child, continued to contribute positively to the child's life. It also gives the director of work or the board the ability to request a social inquiry report from the Department of Children and Family Services or the Department of Community Rehabilitation. Because, Mr. Speaker, the system is fair, transparent, and sustainable, and it puts Caymanians first, including our children. To our business community, let me say this clearly. This reform brings certainty because businesses need certainty. Today, we deliver on this. Work permit fees have not increased. Administrative fees have been modernized responsibly after 15 years of remaining status quo. Revenue is being reinvested into efficiency. Workforce systems are being strengthened. A broken system creates uncertainty, but a fair system builds confidence, attracts investment, supports growth. Mr. Speaker, this reform does not stand alone. It is part of a broader national strategy. Alongside immigration reform, we are advancing employment reform. We are restructuring our immigration boards, strengthening job access for Caymanians, improving workforce matching systems, increasing accountability. Labor reform, we are enhancing worker protections, strengthening compliance, promoting fairness across industries. Pension reform, securing long-term financial stability, strengthening employer obligations, protecting the future of Caymanian workers. Workforce development, a national workforce plan is being developed collaboratively with representatives from the Chamber of Commerce, the Cayman Islands Society of HR Professionals, Cayman Finance, the Contractors Association, the Cayman Islands Tourism Association, POCS, the Ministry of Education, and other business representatives to identify short-term, medium-term, long-term strategies for increasing Caymanians' likelihood for success in the workforce. I have tasked them not with providing another report about what is not working. I have no interest in this, but with providing solutions to issues that we have known for years. The first of the committee's recommendations was to create a single point of reference where our young people could easily find summer internship opportunities. This has been implemented. The committee work and the ministry have worked with the Cayman Islands Computer Science Society, the Computer Science Society, to recently launch the Future Me app. The solution not only pulls information that currently exists on unavailable summer internships, it also provides employers with the ability to directly upload information which will be particularly beneficial for smaller businesses. This is the first step towards better connecting Caymanian students with opportunities. Mr. Speaker, immigration alone cannot fix or create opportunity. It must work in alignment with national systems. And that's exactly what this government is doing. Mr. Speaker, a law without enforcement is not reform. It is theater. That is why this legislation strengthens enforcement. The information sharing powers allow work to assess character, criminal history, family contributions, and workforce planning in a joined-up way. That is a basic administrative competence. All powers remain subject to the law, due process, and legal review. They're not unchecked executive discretion because these powers make the system work. Without them, the law is just words on paper. Mr. Speaker, we have ensured fairness for those already here, with facilities approved or in progress. Protection applies to people who had already applied in a listed category before May 1st, 2026, where that application is later granted. The transitional provisions cover 9 protected categories, including the 8-year PR applicants, spouses of Caymanians with existing RERCs, persons of independent means, and asylum-related dependent children. Where status was previously granted through marriage or civil partnership, annual declaration requirements apply for the first 7 years, a compliance measure, not a penalty. Clear guidance is available on our immigration reform website at gov.ky/immigration reform. We did not move the goalpost for those applications already in play. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note this is not the end. This is rebuilding a solid foundation. Phase 1 is complete. Additional reforms is coming. This will include reform of the PR point system, implementation of an employer's accreditation framework, modernization of all immigration policies, implementation of a national workforce development plan and a national workforce database, the launch of a national internship apprenticeship program, modernizing our residency by direct investment legislation that allows high net worth persons to diversify their investment by investing in our country's infrastructure and social programming instead of limiting investment to real estate and stemming the tide of increasing real estate costs for our people. We will also continue with engagement of stakeholders, because you build a house after you fix the foundation. Mr. Speaker, this moment is about more than policy and legislation. It's about our people. It's about restoring belief that Caymanians belong at the center of our own future. Because at the heart of this reform is one simple truth. Our people matter. Our people come first. And our people deserve better. And so today, Cayman turns the page, not towards perfection, but towards fairness. Not towards exclusion, but towards balance. Not towards uncertainty, but towards confidence. A stronger Cayman, a fairer Cayman, a Cayman that works for all Caymanians and that puts Caymanians first. We are, after all, the National Coalition for Caymanians. This is what our government has promised, and this is what the legislation is building. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge that this was not a one-person effort. So many members of our Cayman community were involved by their comments, by their participation in group sessions, on organized committees and boards, past and present, by their text messages, emails, and phone calls, by their conversations when met in the community or at events. Mr. Speaker, the list could go on. However, many of these groups were mentioned earlier. The various ways in which members of the community contributed to immigration reform in the Cayman Islands is phenomenal. Even the naysayers brought value as it caused us to pause and reflect on their point of view. And this is why immigration reform can bear the ownership and responsibility of us all, as it is what the government has promised. It is what the legislation is building. I would like to express my personal appreciation to the staff in the Ministry of Caymanian Employment, our legal drafters, and other key partners within the Cayman Islands government, each and every member of our community who made such a significant addition to the implementation of immigration reform. Thank you to my colleagues for the dialogue and outside of these parliamentary meetings. Mr. Speaker, thank you for providing this opportunity.
Presentation of petitions.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
I have received notice from the Honorable Premier and the Honorable Minister of Finance that they would like to do an obituary. Honorable Premier.
Afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I want to express sincere condolences to the family of Hugh Hart, a outstanding public servant in his time as a minister in Jamaica, and who made a considerable contribution to Cayman in a variety of areas. His daughter Belinda is a constituent of West Bay South. She called me the night of, and we shared a moment that I was so happy that at the beginning of this year, Mr. Speaker, he asked to have coffee with me. And I would have felt awful if I didn't make the time to do that with him, and then to hear that he would have passed a few short months later. So it's just a reminder, Mr. Speaker, that as busy as we all may be, still try to find the time for our seniors. In that coffee and tea, he gave me some invaluable leadership lessons and explained how proud he was of the Cayman Islands development as a whole, and the things that we had to continue to keep on track. But he couldn't be more clear about what a marvelous country Cayman has become. So going back and reading his bio and seeing what he achieved in his life, we really have lost a regional legal mind and contributing member of the public. I also had the great honor to work with his son Justin when we were both at Walker's. And the two of them are just alike. Smart, soft-spoken, unassuming, but they get their work done. I understand that the funeral may be set for mid-May when I may be away. If that is the case, please from now, the family accept sincere condolences, not only on behalf of myself, but any other member that may be traveling from this honorable house. To the family of Hugh Hart, we extend sincere condolences. In West Bay, we've had several passings since the House has last met. In my constituency, the family of Lindo Ebanks, sincere condolences. Also, quite recently, Naomi Trehan has also passed away. Many of you will know Mr. Leonard Dilbert. That's his mother, and he has his siblings. We extend condolences. There are others in West Bay, but I know that the member for West Bay North will say a few words, and maybe others will chime in. There are more, but we extend condolences to all who have lost loved ones since the House has last met. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity as well to pass on my deepest sympathies to Belinda and Justin. Mr. Hugh Hart was actually in my constituency, and I also echo the Premier's sentiment. He was a great man for this country and also a good friend, and I'll never forget, many years ago, my mom had to have a pacemaker put in, and he flew out to Mississippi to have that done. So I'll be forever grateful for that. But I just also want to mention another person today was Felipe Bush. He was my neighbor in Frankstown, and Felipe, every time I crossed his house, he was always outside. I don't know if he lived inside the house or not, to be honest with you. But he was such a great person for this environment, and this country should forever be grateful his contribution to the NASA grouper programs and also helping with our marine environment, the laws, and protect them. Because without people like Felipe, the local Cayman Islands and the visitors we have come here today wouldn't enjoy and see what we see. But I just want to pass on my condolences to his wife, Dr. Brenda, and the family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as has been said by my colleagues, there are always numbers of people in our community who have passed on. However, over the last 2 consecutive weekends, I had the sad duty to attend the funerals of primary school children. And so it is with great sadness that you go to those ceremonies and you see little small children not knowing how to even process grief. Families burying children. A parent burying a child is one of the most unnatural occurrences that I can think of in this thing that we call our humanity. So, Mr. Speaker, we had 2 children, one from the Theoline McCoy Primary School. This first obituary is for Jacida Natoya James. And it reads, "Today we gather to celebrate the life of my little sister, Jacida Natoya James, who was born on October 4th, 2016, and passed away on March the 10th, 2026. Jacida was more than just my sister. She was the light of our family. She was the last child of our late mom, Natoya Lewis, and beloved daughter of her father, Jermaine James. From the very beginning, she brought a kind of joy and energy into our lives that is hard to put into words. She was smart, full of life, full of personality. You couldn't ignore her. She had a presence that naturally drew you in. A little sassy, confident, and always keeping us on our toes. There was never a dull moment when she was around. She loved to play dress up, experiment with makeup, and simply enjoy being a little girl. And the moment she heard music, she was ready to dance. No hesitation, just pure joy. She also had her little routines and the things she loved. If we were going to the shop, she would always ask for peanuts and juice. And when it came to food, she knew exactly what she wanted. She loved her noodles, and whenever fish was being prepared, she wanted her own, an entire one just for herself. Those small, everyday things are the memories that now stay with us most. Jacida was not only full of life, she was also smart. She was always on top of her classes, and she carried the same confidence and determination in everything she did. She started her educational journey in Jamaica at Middlesex Infant School and then moved to Lacovia Primary and later at the Theoline McCoy Primary School in the Cayman Islands. Her life was not only about school. She was involved in church, where she was part of the youth and children's choir. That was another space where her presence could be felt, where she could express herself, and where she continued to grow. When she moved to the Cayman Islands, she lived with her grandmother, Veron, who cared for her deeply and played an important role in her life. Surrounded by family, she continued to grow, learn, and share her light with those around her. Jacida was deeply loved by her father, Jermaine James. There was something about Jacida that made people feel connected to her. whether it was her energy, her confidence, or simply the way she carried herself. She left an impression that stayed with you, and even at such a young age, she left her mark wherever she went. On March 6, 2026, she fell ill, and on March 10th, she took her final breath. In her 9 years, she lived with a spirit and presence that many never experience in life. Though her time here was short, what she gave us will remain. We will find her little things in the moments that remind us of her, in the laughter that comes unexpectedly, and in the memories that stay with us no matter how much time passes. Jacada leaves behind her father, her grandmother, 3 brothers, 2 sisters, and many other relatives and friends who will continue to carry her memory forward. Rest in peace, Jacada. And then last weekend, Mr. Speaker, we were in your and Minister Ebanks's home district, and we attended the service of Thanksgiving for the life of Jalea Oriana Gauntlet, effectively known as Lele. She was born on 24th of October 2015 to Laverne Whitaker and Ron Gauntlet and resided in the District of Northside. Jalea began attending Sister Janice's preschool at the age of 3 and later moved on to Edna Moyle Primary School in Northside. She aspired to become a mathematics teacher. Jalea had a special way of making everyone around her feel loved, valued, and included. At the tender age of 5, our lives changed when Jalea was diagnosed with Wilms tumor, kidney cancer found in children. From the day of her diagnosis, February 10, 2021, she began chemotherapy, right after which lasted for 3 months. On May 12, 2021, she had her first surgery. The journey that followed required strength and courage far beyond her years. Throughout her illness, she underwent several more surgeries and continued chemotherapy and radiation treatments. Jalea's longest hospital stay lasted 53 days. During the long nights in the hospital, frequent flights, and many difficult days, she was surrounded by an outpouring of love and support from her family, friends, and community. Despite the many challenges she faced, Jalea carried herself with remarkable grace. She was always smiling from ear to ear as though nothing in her life had changed, touching the hearts of everyone around her, including her doctors and nurses. Through every hospital visit and every obstacle, Jalea showed unwavering bravery and resilience. Her radiant smile became a source of strength and inspiration, encouraging everyone around her to remain strong alongside her. Jalea's adored unicorns and anything in pastel color, especially pink. Her favorite foods included pizza, burgers, fried, seafood boils, lobster, and oxtail. Although she loved anything sweet, marshmallows, cupcakes, and cassava cake were her top choices. She enjoyed arts and crafts, playing with Play-Doh, doing makeup with Renee, creating TikTok videos, visiting the beach, and playing dress-up. She was well known for her quote-unquote obnoxious laugh, as well as her bright and beautiful smile. Christmas and birthdays were her favorite times of year, as she loved the gift exchanges and celebrations each occasion brought. She often insisted that everyone's birthday should be celebrated with a banner and a cake. We will always remember how she danced in the living room to her favorite songs, making sure everyone around her was smiling and laughing. One of her happiest places was near the water at jet ski races, where she proudly cheered on her family. She enjoyed the excitement of the engines, the spray of the waves, and being surrounded by the people she loved most. The bag of fries in her hand and a smile on her face, she would watch every race with joy and pride, always eager to support her family. Those moments created some of the most meaningful memories, which we will forever cherish in our hearts. She will always be Leroy's #1 supporter, now and forever. In the weeks leading up to her passing, she once again showed the beauty of her spirit. She expressed a desire to visit the places she loved most, her school and her church. Her school was filled with meaningful friendships and joy, while her church brought her comfort and peace. She cherished the simple daily drives, taking in the world around her with quiet happiness. These moments were filled with love, reflection, and the gentle strength that defined her life. Although our hearts are broken, we are forever grateful for every moment shared with her. Jalea's life, though short, was deeply meaningful and will continue to inspire all who knew her and loved her. We will forever cherish every cuddle, laugh, and moment. We were truly blessed to have her in our lives. Jalea taught us courage, hope, unconditional love. She will always remain the light of our hearts and a reminder to keep smiling. We find comfort in knowing that Jalea is now at peace, reunited in heaven with her beloved grandmother, Darnell, Rachel Smith, effectively known as Nana. Together again, we imagine them wrapped in love, watching over us and forever connected in a place where there is no pain, only light, warmth, and endless love. Left to mourn Jalea's passing are her parents, 7 sisters, 1 brother, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, and a host of other relatives and friends. May her soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Education, it is times like this that you truly get tested, because as you journey through life and you have to sympathize with parents of children in your system, primary school children, it really makes you pause and reflect on the brevity of life and the fact that we should be thankful for every day. And may this be a charge for parents to truly redouble all your efforts to pour everything into your children while you can. Also, Mr. Speaker, we had other members of our community in the District of West Bay who passed recently, and so we would want to extend sympathies to their families, the families of Neil Powery, Hurley Rivers, Anne Aguilar, Mr. Varian Ebanks, and Michael McLaughlin. Mr. Speaker, death is never easy. As humans, we can never get used to it. But the fact is, our good Lord and Savior reminds us in the good book that we must lean not on our own understanding, but lean on Him who is our Creator, lean on Him who is our Savior. And so we say deepest sympathies and condolences to all the families named.
Minister for Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to lend my voice to record in this House members of my community who have passed away since the last session. First one is Mr. James Herman Levy, also known as Jimmy. He passed away on March 17, 2026. Mr. Alvin Connor, known as Bradford, passed away on March 23rd, 2026. And Ms. Chorus Adele Bush passed away on March 30th, 2026. And again, I also want to acknowledge also Jalea Gauntlet, who is a relative of mine as well. And as the member that spoke before me, who noted that it is always a difficult time, especially when you see a young person being laid to rest. I also attended that funeral, Mr. Speaker, and it was a burden. I mean, it was one of those times when I got home that I didn't feel like I could do anything. It was just weighed so heavily on me. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I just want to pass on our deepest condolences to those aforementioned persons that has passed away, to the family and the entire community. Thank you, sir.
Raising of matters of privilege.
None.
Government business. Bills. First reading. Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026.
The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time. It's set down for second reading.
Second reading. Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026.
Before I call on the mover of the bill for the second reading, I think we should take our afternoon break. Therefore, the House is suspended until 6 o'clock. Please be seated. Parliament is called back to order. Second reading, please.
Second reading, Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026.
Honorable Minister of Planning, Transport, Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to move the second reading of a legislation, the Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, the bill is a bore about the just administrative updates. It is about providing clarity and rightfulness.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the mover wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that.
Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill is about more than just administrative updates. It is about providing clarity and the hard-working men and women who keep our island moving. Mr. Speaker, I am specifically talking about our bus and taxi operators and drivers, the ones out there right now from West Bay Road to East End, serving residents, visitors, and every single day. These persons built a business, they passed the test, got their permit, put their names on a vehicle, and went to work. And yet, while administrative process have always been in the place to support them, the law has lacked the explicit statutory framework to match their efficiency. When a permit is, for example, stolen or damaged or beyond use, this bill fixes all of that by formalizing those processes in law. Mr. Speaker, the bill introduces several critical improvements to the Public Transport Act 2024. First, it establishes a clear legal process for the issuance of duplicate permits. While holders may already apply for a duplicate, this bill finally provides a formal statutory right to do so where the original is lost, stolen, destroyed, or rendered illegible. By following a prescribed form and paying the necessary fees, the holder is guaranteed a reliable process. The board must issue a duplicate within 5 working days of payment. 5 working days, Mr. Speaker, not as soon as practicable, not just subject to administrative capacity. 5 working days. This ensures that a driver who loses their permit through no fault of theirs, or does not lose, this is if a driver loses their permit through no fault of theirs, or does not lose their livelihood while the system catches up. They get a replacement quickly by law. To maintain clarity, the bill specifies that a duplicate carries the same weight as the original. And second, it creates the statutory power for the board to issue an official reference letter. These letters are essential proof of status used for insurance, banking, and contracts. Under the new Section 19A, we are formalizing the application process and this ability to charge a fee for this service. Most importantly, when the board issues a letter confirming a permit holder status, it must count the time that a person held a permit under the earlier law, specifically the Traffic Act, and before the 2024 Act took over. This means a veteran driver of 20 years history isn't wiped clean by a transition of a new act. Their tenure is recognized and their earned standings in this industry is protected. Third, it validates that the past and it protects every existing operator. Mr. Speaker, the board has historically issued duplicate permits and reference letters informally to keep the industry moving. But the bill includes the validation aspect that retrospectively confirms those past acts as if they had always been lawful. It validates that 3 categories of the fees charged, duplicate permits issued, and reference letters issued. Existing permits remain in force until expiry, and pending applications are carried over automatically. And I want to be clear about this. The bill does not disturb any court order or determinations already made. Existing legal decisions stand. Mr. Speaker, while we are making it easier to replace the lost documents, we're also maintaining the highest standards of integrity. The board will have the power to refuse duplicate applications if there is any reason to suspect fraudulent or unlawful intent. Furthermore, it would be an offense to knowingly possess both an original and a duplicate permit. The bill safeguards that the operators who serve our residents and visitors and who have a right to a legal framework that works for them. Colleagues, frankly speaking, this bill is a common sense measure. It supports our ministry's goal of streamlining the modern transport infrastructure by providing the Cabinet with the necessary powers to regulate the fees, waivers, and exemptions effectively. These amendments are essential in our ongoing work towards more robust public transport regulations and tighten how the sector operates. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House and look forward to the support of all of my colleagues and ensuring our transport sector is governed by law as robust as the people it serves. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown West, Bordentown West, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Thanks, Chris. Mr. Speaker, our good friend Cecil makes some extra money driving a bus on the weekends. As with his usual luck with government officials, he gets pulled over one Saturday morning at 9:43 a.m. while heading east. The officer walks up and he looks at Cecil. Cecil looks at him. The officer looks at the passengers. Mr. Speaker, the passengers look at him. The officer then looks back at Cecil. Cecil looks back at him. And the officer says to Cecil, "Can I see your permit to operate this vehicle?" Cecil pats his pocket. Nothing. Cecil checks the glove box. Nothing. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Cecil looks under his seat, and lo and behold, there was nothing. Finally, he shrugs and he says, I can't find it. The officer raises his eyebrow. Sir, you're driving a 40-foot bus with 31 passengers. How did you think this was going to go? Cecil thinks for a moment. Honestly, sir, it was going pretty good until about 2 minutes ago when you stopped me. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, Cecil did have a permit. He had just lost it, and at present, it take too long for him to get a replacement. And of course, Cecil needed to do that job on the weekend because Marva's birthday was coming up and he needed extra money. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, when this bill passes, he'd be able to get a duplicate within 5 days. Enough time to be back on the road legally next weekend. And for that, I want to thank my good friend, the minister from Northside, for bringing this bill. And also on behalf of Cecil, I'd like to thank him. Mr. Speaker, no, he has a license. He has a permit. He just lost it. Mr. Speaker, for too long, holders of transport permit in these islands have been operating in a gray area. Not through any fault of their own, but because the legislative foundation beneath them was incomplete. Mr. Speaker, fees were being charged, duplicate permits were being issued, reference letters were being provided. All of these are necessary, practical, and administratively sensible, but lack the legal authority to do so. That is not a situation any responsible parliament should allow to continue. The men and women who drive our taxis and public buses, who get our people to work, our visitors to hotels, airports, and national attractions, deserve a legal framework they can rely on. They deserve certainty, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, they deserve peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of a formal process for duplicate permits is long overdue. A taxi driver whose permit is lost or stolen should not be left in limbo, unable to work, while bureaucratic uncertainty drags on. Under this bill, once an application is approved and the fees paid, a duplicate must be issued within just 5 working days, and that matters to the livelihood of our people. Mr. Speaker, the provision for official status confirmation letters is quiet but meaningful reform. Holders of transport permit who need to demonstrate their bona fide for a loan, for an employment record, or for immigration purposes will now have a straightforward legal way to do so. These changes may be small, but they are very important to the dignity of our transport workers. Mr. Speaker, the current legislation is silent on the board's authority to charge a permit fee. This bill corrects that. It also establishes a reasonable 30-day working. It also establishes a reasonable 30 working day timeline for issuing permits once payment is received. In essence, Mr. Speaker, this bill is pretty much a housekeeping exercise. It amends the law that deals with public transport to close several gaps, mainly around permits and fees, and also validates certain actions that was being carried out by the Public Transport Board. In short, Mr. Speaker, it legalizes things the Transport Board already has been doing in practice, but lack the legal authority to do so. In summary, Mr. Speaker, this bill has 5 changes. Firstly, it allows the Transport Board to collect permit fees. The current law did not explicitly authorize permit fees to be collected by the Transport Board. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, if a permit is lost, stolen, or destroyed, or becomes ineligible, holders can now officially apply for a duplicate. It should also be noted, Mr. Speaker, that if the original permit that was lost or stolen is found later, the holder must surrender the duplicate within 14 working days. Knowingly holding on to both is an offense, carrying a fine of $300 or 3 months imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, the third change, and the one that I really like, allow holders of permit to apply for an official letter confirming they hold a valid permit, including how long they have held it. This is useful for things like employment, immigration, or banking purposes. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, this bill also gives Cabinet clear authority to make regulations on fees, waive fees, refund fees, issue exemptions, and establish application procedures. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, this bill validates actions that were taken by the Transport Board that they were not legally authorized to do. Mr. Speaker, I've discussed this bill with the Minister. I've discussed this bill with my colleague from Bordentown East, and I can safely say, based on those discussions, that I'll be supporting this bill, as will my colleague from Bordentown East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Central.
I promise you that we'll be rather quick. Mr. Speaker, we accept the fact that the honourable member is making some necessary changes from an administrative perspective that is reflected in this bill. Mr. Speaker, the only major concern that we have is this 30 business days that is reflected in the bill for the permits to be resolved. Mr. Speaker, for a taxi driver or any permit for a license for transportation, I'm quite sure in today's modern day efficiencies, that department and that unit can be more efficient than that. 6 weeks, because it says working days, which is 5 days, and 30 days would make it 6 weeks. 6 weeks for a driver to wait for the official authority to operate can be the difference of whether they can put food on the table for their families or not. Mr. Speaker, I think that time is too long, and it's given too much leeway for inefficiencies, particularly as we're trying to modernize the civil service and all the agencies and the services that we offer to the public. Mr. Speaker, I think 15 working days would be adequate enough for the reps within the unit to be able to deliver all the necessary checks and so forth. If they can't do it there, then there's obviously something wrong within the unit. Outside of those concerns, Mr. Speaker, I think the only other one was the concern of actually imprisonment that is outlined in this bill for being caught with a duplicate document. Mr. Speaker, quite often persons will lose a documentation and can't find it. I've lost my birth certificate probably about at least 5 times already, and eventually I end up finding it. So for the fact that somebody could be sent to prison for 3 months for something as simple as that, at the end of the day, whether you're with it or whether you try to use it for some illegal means is 2 different things. But the mere possession of it without returning it in, I think, is a bit drastic and should be reconsidered in respect to the legislation. It's supposed to be on the onus of the enforcement agencies that think that this could be used in an inappropriate way to prove that, not just by the mere fact of having it. And I think that maybe the AG's office may want to chime in on that point in respect to the necessary legislation that maybe seem a bit too aggressive in respect to the intent that it has. Naturally, we want to ensure that nobody will try to use a permit grant when it's invalid to continue to work or operate in any transport permissions. But I can see easily where somebody who's genuinely not trying to do anything wrong just lost a copy, did a duplicate, paid for a new one, and then was caught later on with another one. If that person is caught with both of them, does that mean they're going to go to prison for 3 months? I think that's a bit harsh, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think there's any justification that I'm aware of, or that maybe the minister would like to highlight, that suggests that there's past actions that would result in such a hard outline legislation of deterrent. So besides that, Mr. Speaker, those 2 things are the only 2 things we had concerns about. And by all means, we support the Honourable Minister in his proposed amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll invite the Minister of Planning to exercise his right of reply.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Let me thank everybody for their support for this bill, the Public Transport Amendment Validation Bill. And let me thank the member for Bordentown West for his contribution. And for his always looking out for his good friend and his constituents, Cecil. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure the enforcement finds Cecil somewhere, because for the last 2 bills, he has been breaking the law. So somebody needs to put Cecil in check a little bit. Yeah, we need to at least question him. So it was a permit issue he had once for planning, building of the after effect. And then today now he's operating a bus without a license. Illegitimate loss it? Okay, fair enough. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just go back to what the member mentioned about the duplicate permits also. There's no way in the world we could ever think that somebody just had a duplicate permit and you would get fined or be in prison for that. So, Speaker, it is if you use the duplicate permit to do something else with it separately from what you have. So if you're trying to use and say that you have 2 permits instead of 1, then that's something different. But to say that because you lost the permit and then you found it later on, and rightfully so, if you did lose it and you found it, you should just report back to the board and tell them that you found it and you can turn in the permit. And that'd be rightful with the board, and the board will work with you. But otherwise than that, Mr. Speaker, I think we've covered pretty much everything in this bill, and they did say that they're supporting of the bill. So I want to thank everybody for their full support, and my colleagues on this side for continuing to try to push the public transport in the right direction. We see and we hear all the time that public transport seems to just be doing their own thing on and out. And here we are trying to tighten up the laws and make public transport a better unit, where a more legal unit where they can collect their fees, issue their permits, also be able to give individuals their certificates. And not only that, but speeding up the process. And so it's not just the drivers. We're also holding the team down there accountable that they can, for the 5 days, to get them out a lot quicker. 5 working days. That they have to get them out. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank everybody for their full support. And I commend this bill to this honourable House.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 has been given a second reading. The House will now go in committee for the committee stage of the bill. please be seated. The House is now in committee. With the leave of the House, may I assume that, as usual, we would authorize the Honorable Attorney General to correct minor errors and such in these bills? No objection. Thank you. Would the clerk please state the bill and read the clauses?
Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Public Transport Act 2024, interpretation. Clause 3, amendment of Section 15, permits for public passenger vehicles.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Member for Central.
I would like to ask the Honourable Minister, what is the timeline currently moved from with the 30 days? Clause 3, 3B, 3AB. The last paragraph in clause 3 says 3B, where the applicant pays the prescribed fee referred to in subsection 3AB, the board shall issue a permit to the applicant within 30 working days. Can the minister say exactly how much days it is currently right now?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, at the moment,
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We have to do clause 1, 2. This is clause 3. You want to question? Are there any questions on clause 1 and clause 2? If not, all those in favor, I will put the question on clause 1 and clause 2. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 stands part of the bill. Honourable Minister on clause 3.
Mr. Chair, through you, the question that the member for Georgetown Central is asking about the application 3B, where the applicant pays the prescribed fee reference to the subsection 3AB, that the board shall issue the permit for the applicant within 30 working days. I think the question was asked that what is the time frame now, as of now? Right now, there's nothing in the law, so that's why we're putting in the section that says the 30 working days.
Thank you, Minister. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Is that recommendation of the 30 days based on any convention or any limitations of the unit?
I think, remember, obviously, within 30 days. It doesn't have to take 30 days, but it can't go beyond the 30 days.
Correct.
It's not right, AG? Yeah. So they can do it in 3 days, but
if you give them plenty of time, they're going to use it.
Mr. Chair, through you, I would assume that the reason that is in there because of the 30 days is because of the time frame of the monthly meetings that they have. So that goes within the meetings that they have once a month.
Thank you, Minister. Through you, Mr. Chairman, if the meetings are for once a month and the intention is for every meeting per month, then would it not make more sense to say 20 working days? Because a working day is 5 working days is a week. I'm just trying to, Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, if you say 30 working days, which is 6 weeks technically, and if they're meeting only once a month to give the approval, that means if they haven't done it by week 4, you're not going to get it until the following meeting at the end of the next month.
Mr. Chair, through you, what would happen if the person submitted his application on the 25th of the month and they were meeting at the end of the month? He would get a response within a couple of days. Mr. Chair, we're just trying to make sure what we're trying to do is just hold more time frames. Right now, we have people that are waiting over a year in response, and we're here arguing over 30 days. I'm pretty sure that anybody that has an application will be glad to know that there is something in there that says that has some kind of number in there to be able to hold the board responsible now compared to what they were before. I mean, I think we're arguing over the most silliest things right now, because if we don't put something in, then it's at their discretion to deal with it when they want it, when they feel to deal with it, like what we're having now. That's why we have a backlog right now. So we're trying to just make sure that we can put a number in there that works good and it works perfectly with the time frame of the board. If it sees that we need to, maybe the board needs to meet more frequently, then that's something that we need to bump up and talk about doing also to make sure it happens. But I don't want to put a number there that the board then can't keep up with. And then they're always breaking the law on the other side.
Thank you, Minister. Through you, Mr. Chairman, last follow-up. I hope the Minister doesn't think that we are arguing over silly stuff. The time period upon which a person's application isn't approved could be the difference of a work week on a busy cruise ship day or a slow season. So it does matter, and it's not something simple. But I do get your point. What the question should have been was, what is the current average time that they approve these things now? And with you saying up to a year, obviously coming from a year to 30 business days is a good jump. But I still think that you could be a lot quicker than that. In average applications in other departments, it usually is a little bit quicker. But I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that clause 3.
Oh, we haven't.
Question is that clause 3 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Clause 4, insertion of section 15A, duplicate permits. Clause 5, amendment.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question about the penalties. Is that in clause 4 or is it in clause 5? Hold on, let me just double check. Yes, it is actually in clause 4. Mr. Chairman, I just want maybe the AG can opine from a legal interpretation perspective. Through the debate in House, we discussed that a person wouldn't just be charged with the fine or the imprisonment for 3 months on having a duplicate. It would have to, and in the minister's words, have to be doing something with it. But here in 4, sorry, my apologies, clause 4, 15A, sorry, 15A8, it says a person who knowingly retains or has in that person's possession both an original permit and a duplicate permit commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $300 or imprisonment for 3 months or both. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't say if you're caught in the act trying to use the permit. An officer can use word for word, literally saying, listen, my hands are tied. The law says you had both of them in your possession. I have to charge you. So I am saying that I get the principle of that could be the extent if you're caught in an offense trying to misuse a duplicate permit. But it's not clear here, and if an officer says that, no, I have to follow the law, you're going to be charged, that's what it says here. So maybe I can hear something from the Attorney General to say that my interpretation of these words are not what the courts will take it as.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the language there is very clear. The offense is being in possession of a duplicate and the original. So the intent is that if your original is lost and you apply and receive a duplicate and you subsequently found your original, you need to surrender the duplicate. And the mere possession of both creates an offense. It is identical language, Mr. Speaker, that is in Section 42 of the Traffic Act, word for word, current Traffic Act.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the Honorable AG for clarification and information about where it is in other pieces of legislation. But I want to note for the record today, as the Attorney General, that you were asked, because if an officer takes this in its literal sense and uses it as a way to charge somebody simply on the basis of possession without the action of intent of a criminal action, and they are potentially fined, and okay, I can say fine would be logical because you say, listen, you were told you need to carry it in. But are we intending to try to potentially send somebody to prison on the mere fact of possession of it? I think that's excessive. Now, I don't have the numbers being from the opposition to change that, but I think it's fair to say that that's excessive. Now, if you had other language to say, and proven to be in use for, an illegal act of trying to say, okay, you're using one of your duplicates that you shouldn't have the permit. Your original permit has been taken away and you use this old one to continue to operate. That I can understand, worth prison time. But the mere fact of the innocence of a transport officer or a transport applicant potentially having both of them and just forgot in their taxi, or one of them fell underneath the seat, and they could potentially go to prison for that. Is that what we're trying to do? I think that that's not what we're trying to do here. And because it's already in place at another law, that doesn't mean we don't fix this one. I said my piece in the record, and if the government wants to continue, I do not think that's a smart thing to do.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to go back to the traffic law. It says 42(1) says where a driver license is lost, destroyed, stolen, or rendered eligible, a holder of the driver license may apply to obtain from the directors a duplicate driver's license by paying the prescribed fee. 42(3). A person who knowingly retains or has a person in possession of both an original and a duplicate driver's license commits offense and is liable to summary conviction of a fine of $300 or to imprisonment for 3 months or more. So if you actually have a driver's license, this is the same thing. If you found your permit, you just need to turn it in, or you just need to contact and say, listen, I lost my permit, I found it, or whatever it is. Right, what we're trying to get is that somebody doesn't just use a license on another vehicle or go another way, then you got 2 vehicles running around with one license that should have one when they're using it for 2 different vehicles. So it's already in a law. So we're worried about a small section, but we're not worried about the larger section that's in this here? Or is it that we didn't realize that it was in this section too? Right? And it's in here. So this has been going on forever. This has been in the law for years. So I don't see what the real argument is. What we need to do is try to make sure that we're not turning people into criminals. And what we're trying to do is, as long as we keep the law that where it's at, it's a strict law, people will report what they have to report in.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the Honourable Minister for that. He just highlighted what the AG already said, which is it's already in law somewhere else. Again, just for the record, just because it's somewhere else in other legislation, and if we recognize here today, because he's not disputing that that could potentially happen, and then that's not what we're trying to do. What he's saying is already being done. That's like saying, well, we're already doing bad, so we might as well continue doing bad. I do not agree with that. I think we have an opportunity now. Yes, I did not realize that that was the case in the traffic law. Maybe we need to fix the traffic law too, but I do not think what we're trying to do here is penalize somebody by sending them potentially to prison because they have 2 copies of even their driver's license. How many of us in this house probably had a second driver's license because they lost the first one? Did we realize that we can go to prison for 3 months right now? Does that mean that we continue to go along that road with this legislation like that? It doesn't make sense. If the government doesn't want to do that, that's fine. I'm just putting it on record. I think it's archaic. I don't think that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a modern legislation and acts for the future. Time to fix it now. If you are found in the act to do something wrong with it, totally different circumstances upon which the court can take into a factor for imprisonment. But mere possession alone, we can open up a door that is unnecessary.
Okay. Mr. Chair, can I just point out that in the context of all things, this is a real, very lenient sort of a penalty. And the likelihood is that a person who is commit an offense for the first time is likely to be fined, and not the entire amount either. And it is only, in my view, I mean, it's a matter for the discretion for the court, but a person might only be liable, well, go to prison for that matter, if there's a repeat offender. Then that's the only way you might have a situation like that. But what you might find is a court saying, well, you need to pay $150 or $200 first offense, or you go to prison. So it's an alternative. But it's quite unlikely that a person will be sent to prison as a first-time offender, or probably even a second-time offender.
I think we've ventilated this enough, and I don't think there's going to lead in a change. Oh, sorry, member for Cayman Bragg East.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to seek this clarification. I'm listening to the discourse back and forth, and I'm trying to wrap my mind around, Mr. Chair, as to what is the mischief that we're trying to get rid of. Because if it's a duplicate, it's an exact copy, yes, of what it's there. So what is the mischief that we're trying to penalize? Sorry for my ignorance, but I just don't see the necessity for the criminality of this.
The criminal offense, honorable member, is that you cause the state to issue you with a duplicate on the basis that you no longer have the original that you were given. If you, but you would normally be issued 2 driver's licenses or 2 permits, and so you don't need to. But that's a different thing. That's a different thing. It's all consistent with good administration. The point is that, well, you don't know what a person might do if they have 2 permits or 2 a duplicate and an original. But the law or this parliament in its wisdom says if you cause one to be issued and you're subsequently dispossessed, so you lost it, and you got a second one, then you ought to report that to the authority and you need to surrender it. And so that's what the law says. And if you don't, you commit an offense. It's almost like a strict liability issue. And but the question was, what was the offense? The offense is the mere possession simpliciter of 2 permits. You're not supposed to have both. So.
Mr. Chairman, just by way of, since we're doing the analysis with the Honorable AG, something that obviously I said my birth certificate. Naturally, my birth certificate doesn't give me any authority to like drive or run a business or anything like that. So I can understand that. But an issue just came to my mind. I have a constituent of mine who is a status holder, New Cayman Islands status holder. Lost a certificate, and I actually called the DG and asked about how to go about doing that. Was it the DG I called? I think I can't remember who I called. Anyway, they told me the application process. Oh, Mr. Wesley. And how you go and pay about doing that. Now, that person would potentially could find the old one and have a new one. The law doesn't say that he has to return the other one if he finds it. But let me put a scenario to you now. What if he loses his status, has the old one as a certificate, and sticks around and says, I have an act of doing something like trying to get a job. I'm a Cayman and I have a status, but his status was revoked. Now, we're not saying that it's illegal for him to have two copies of that, but he can do an illegal act with the duplicate, can he not? I'm saying to you and this Honorable House, having the duplicate is not the criminal offense. It's the act of using the duplicate is the problem. And this law currently says just the mere possession of having both of them is a criminal offense. And we're not doing it across the board, fair for any certifications or permits that can be used in an illegal way. Come on, man. Let's realize what is happening.
Well, I mean, the law is what it says, Mr. Speaker. The offense is being in possession of both at the same time. The law forbids you from doing that. And if you do that, you commit an offense. That's as simple as it is. It's not every offense that has an intent. That's all. Some of them are...
Mr. Chairman, if I may, sir, I think what the deputy is trying to get across, what we're saying is that in this instance, the possession of the two copies, the penalty doesn't match the offense. And merely having, and I mean my driver's license, if you're talking about that, every month I got to send a copy of that to the bank or to somebody else or some lawyer, someone. So there's 100 copies of my driver's license in color at a specific size and everything floating around the place. But these things are all going to be digital eventually anyhow. So, I mean, it's, hopefully nobody ever ends up in a position, but I think we're just saying that it doesn't, the penalty doesn't match the offense.
I get back to I will put the question because I really believe we've ventilated this enough, and it's fair, obviously, that there are not going to be any changes. So the question is that clause 4 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, can we have a division, please?
I'll have the clerk call a division. Yeah, well, but you need to ring the bell. Give them 3 minutes. There's some people missing.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Gary Ruddy.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Honorable Ralston Anglin.
Aye.
Honorable Johanny Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Nicholas DaCosta. Absent. Honorable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Miss Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Mrs. Julie Hunter. Absent. Honorable Michael Miles.
Aye.
Honorable Joseph Hugh.
No.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
No.
Honorable Perlina McGraw-Lumsden, absent. Honorable Juliana O'Connor-Connolly.
No.
Mr. Roy Tatum.
No.
Mr. Roy McTaggart.
No.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
No.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour.
Tiebreaker. Yeah.
The result of the division is as follows: 10 ayes, 6 noes, 3 absents. The clause stands part of the bill. Yeah.
Clause 5, amendment of section 16, revocation and suspension of permits. Clause 6, amendment of section 18, permit not a driver's license. Clause 7, amendment of section 19, conditions for driving passengers for hire or reward and penalty for contravention. Clause 8, insertion of section 19A, letter confirming that a person is the holder of a valid permit. Clause 9, amendment of section 20, regulations. Clause 10, validation. Clause 11, orders or determinations by court not affected. Clause 12, transitional provisions.
Are there any questions on clause 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12? There are no questions. I'll put the question. The question is that clauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 do stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Transport Act 2024 to provide for duplicate permits, to provide for the issuance of letters confirming the status of a person as the holder of a permit, to provide for various fees, to validate certain fees and administrative acts, to provide for transitional matters, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. The question is that the bills be reported. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it. The bill is set down to be reported to Parliament. Yeah. The House will now resume. Please be seated. The House resumes.
Report on Bill. Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026.
Honorable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am to report that a committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026, and it was passed without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for third reading. Honorable member. Oh, sorry. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah. Honorable Premier, I need to invite you to suspend Standing Order 65 to allow this bill to be read a third time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the suspension of Standing Order 65 so the Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 can be read a third time.
The question is that Standing Order 65 be suspended to allow the Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 to be read a third time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No. The ayes have it. Standing Order 65 has been suspended, and the Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill will be read a third time.
Third reading. Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Public Transport Amendment Validation Bill be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, can I have a division, please?
Madam Clerk, you call a division. Will you ring the bell, please? Order, order, order. Madam Clerk, please call the division.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Gary Ruddy.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Honorable Ralston Anglin.
Aye.
Honorable Jahani Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Nicholas DaCosta, absent. Honorable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Mrs. Julie Hunter, absent. Honorable Michael Miles. Honorable Joseph Hugh.
Abstain.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Abstain.
Honorable Perlina McGaw Lumsden, absent. Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Abstain.
Mr. Royston Tatum.
Abstain.
Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Aye.
And Mr. Dwayne Seymour.
Aye. The results of the division are as follows. Ayes 11, abstentions 5, absentees 3. The ayes have it. The bill has been read a third time and is passed. Well, let me name it. The Public Transport Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 has been read a third time and is passed. Yes.
Motions. Government motion number 16 of 2025-2026. Development and Planning Act 2021 revision. Development and Planning Amendment Regulations 2026. To be moved by the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move government motion number 16 of 2026, standing in my name. The Development and Planning Act 2021 revision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the regulation represents a focused and necessary update to the development and planning framework. They are targeted. They address the specific gaps that have become evident in the system. First, the regulations remove the discretion to grant variances from prescribed coastal setback requirements based on the high water mark. This brings greater consistency and clarity, and it ensures that coastal development is assessed against clear establish standards. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear on the point. This amendment does not weaken protection. They strengthen the consistency and remove the ambiguity, and they ensure that the decisions are made against there are clear, established standards rather than a variable discretion. Mr. Speaker, our coastline is one of our most important and treasured national assets. These regulations support its protection through clarity, not uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, we have heard for too long about our coastlines. Mr. Speaker, we see what building close to our watermarks have done. Mr. Speaker, we see what is facing us right now on the 7 Mile Beach when it has to come back about building and putting more sand on the beach. Mr. Speaker, we see the problems where individuals that have built too close to the beach have lost the most beach in their area. Mr. Speaker, what this does now is take away that discretion. Mr. Speaker, this is something that I am 100% sure that every single one of us should be aligned on. At least I hope so. Otherwise, in the wrap-up speech, we may be here at 10 o'clock tonight. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why there should be any difference on this particular amendment. Mr. Speaker, this amendment helps protect our coastline erosion that we see happening before our eyes. This helps that when those people or individuals decide to ever do anything again on that beach, we have and then that they apply to the planning, they have to follow exactly what the law states. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want is for the Minister of Tourism on his hard working to go out there and try to build back the beach. And as soon as we get a good beach back where it is extended, whether it's 150 feet, 200 feet, whatever it ever comes back to be. And then when we look, somebody decides that, well, my beach just built out another 100 feet in front of me. I want to push my building out that 50 feet more out there because I got more beach now. This is what this will do. This will take that discretion out of that. That won't happen again. So this is part of one of the sections of the laws. And then we still need to look at the coastal setbacks of how we're going to make that and put that into play too. And when we put that line there, that we have that setback that they have to work with. Because I hear it all the time. I see it. The Minister for Tourism has been watching that beach more than anything else. He could come back nearly every week and tell me this little bit more sand has gained. I don't know if he's going out there by a tape every weekend, but every week the Minister for Tourism watches that beach and is looking at how the beach is and talks about it and says, we got to get it right. We got to make sure that we build it out. We got to make sure that it don't happen again. So this law now, this changes, is helping put this in place so we don't repeat the problems that we had already from years on by. So, Mr. Speaker, that section will cover our coastline. The second in the regulations introduce a minimum road width requirements for subdivisions and developments. Where 6 or more lots are created, new roads must meet a defined minimum standard. This is about access, this is about safety, and this is about ensuring that the infrastructure keeps pace with the development. Mr. Speaker, we hear about it for too many times where the fire service wants to go down into a lane and the lane is too tight for them to get into. Or we hear from anybody in the uniform services. We hear it from DH when they got to go in to pick up garbage. Matter of fact, I think a member from the other side mentioned it. They were having problems in their areas just this week here. So we have to make sure that we take this whole thing out of here and there's one set of requirements. NRA has looked at this, put their inputs in. Uniform Service has given them their inputs. We see where roads are a little bit too tight, a bit built too small. This requirement now is setting the standard straight that no matter who it is, you have a minimum road size that you have to be built to, so that we don't have these problems in the future. Mr. Speaker, the changes are grounded in 3 principles: consistency, public safety, and the orderly of development. They provide certainty to developers. They support better decisions making, because there are some developers that would love to always try to get one road down 28 feet instead of 30 feet or 27 feet. And try it because they say they got 800 feet of road to build, and they calculate it and say, boy, if I go down by 2 more feet, I'll be able to save this, or I can add this square footage onto that land and sell that land for a little bit more. But don't worry, because by the time they sell it and get out of there, it's the people's problem, or it's the uniformed people problem, or the government got to come in and do something later on. We see it happen. I see it happen in every single district. So whoever want to get up and defend them, get up and defend them. But I know what side of the road I on, and mine will be 30 foot. Mr. Speaker, this is also about strengthening the alignment between the planning and the infrastructure. Development cannot happen in isolation. Road access, connectivity must be considered at its outs. These regulations ensure that that happens. Importantly, the transitional provisions are included, and the applications already in process will continue to be assessed under the existing framework, and this ensures that fairness avoids any disruption. Mr. Speaker, these are practical changes. They're grounded in experience, and they reflect that this government commitment in strengthening the system that support sustainable national development. Real people, real communities, real outcomes. Mr. Speaker, as you drive around and some of the older developments that was done, you ask yourself, why? Why would they have made this road so small? Why would they have made it so tight? And then people, after a few years, they come, they look on to the governments of the days to ask them to remedy the situation that they have facing them. Individuals parking alongside the road, one whole lane blocked because the road, and then the road is so tight at the same time. You couldn't even get the mailman to stop by your house sometime to drop off the mail if you had to, because the road is so tight. Mr. Speaker, I see roads in my constituency where the kids have to come out to the top of the road because the school bus can't get down in there. I see where the garbage truck sometimes goes in and it only go to a certain point, and then you have to have everybody bring the garbage and piled up by this point. And when you look, you got this big mess out in the front. And you ask the garbage truck people why, and they explain to you why. When we come in at certain times, it is too tight for us. Sometimes it's not even the vehicles. Sometimes it's the corners is too narrow for us to get in. So we just want to clean this up to make sure that in the future, all of this is being taken care of. So we don't have to worry when the fire truck has to come, the ambulance have to come for one of us, or anybody, that they can come and they can make it to the point that they need to make it to. Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear from anybody on the other side about this, so I assumed that hearing what I hear over there from my teacher, that they are in full support. And I want to say, let me reverse back a little bit, but when I said I didn't hear anything from the other side, I was talking about the mean opposition. But the member for Bordentown West did contact me and wanted to just ask me a few questions about it to see where the thinking was behind the changes, the reasoning of the changes, and making sure that we have thought about everything, as they usually do. I must say that. I must say, every bill that I bring, I get a call from the member from Bordentown West. And he will, and usually, if he disagrees with me, he'll say it from then and see how we can work it out. Mr. Speaker, but I think we have aligned ourselves on mostly on all of this. We don't want that old song, Jack Run Off the Beach some more. And that's why we put this amendment in. Whoever like that song can go listen to it. I don't like it. Because I know sure he's not gonna run me off his beach. No, he not, no. The wrong.
Jack said the beach belonged to we.
He messing with the wrong hombre. Wrong. On that, Mr. Speaker, I commend these regulations to this honorable House and ask for the full support of everyone.
Does any other member wish to speak? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give brief remarks on the government motion number 16, 2025, 2026, Development and Planning Act, 2021 Revision Development and Planning Amendment Regulations. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that presentation, and I did have a conversation with the Minister yesterday, I think it was, and it was me that spoke about the issues with the garbage trucks and garbage bins being blocked because of the lack of parking in residential areas where homes have been converted to guest houses, I guess, or they rent out rooms. So what used to be a 2-bedroom house with a family of 4 people, they moved out, thankfully, in most cases, progressed on to live somewhere else, and then the house is divided into 6 rooms, and 12 people live in there. So I did say to the Honorable Minister that in agreeing with the 30-foot road and the subdivisions, I think there also has to be consideration where apartment complexes are multi-family homes, or in my case, even on my street, a bed and breakfast or an Airbnb, which used to be a family home. They put on an addition, and now there's probably 10 vehicles there, and 5 of them are on the street. Ironically, one of them happens to be a planning department vehicle that parks in the street. But I think some consideration has to be given to these when you have an application for an apartment complex or a guest house or Airbnb. in a residential area with narrower roads where there isn't any ability for parking on the side of the road. That was on the 30-foot roads, so I agree with that. I think in today's day and age, and we develop these subdivisions, I would also like to see mandatory sidewalks or bike lanes, making these subdivisions more of a neighborhood where kids can ride up and down and not be worried about, being run over. And also enforcement that we don't have cars parking on the sidewalks or on the bike lanes. This was the reason for my motion, my question to the Honorable Deputy Governor about the tow trucks, was because we do have that. We have people parking on the sidewalks and on narrow, 20-something foot, 25-foot roads, and we have cars parked on both sides. And it has just become a daily, I don't think the police can do it every day. It doesn't make sense. And a lot of times, even if you write a ticket for the vehicle isn't registered in the name of the owner. They bought it from someone who's moved back across the other side of the world and didn't transfer it. So writing the ticket makes no sense either. So I agree with that, Mr. Speaker. On the setback, I have been a huge advocate of returning to setbacks from the vegetation line. There's historical vegetation lines. But I did say to the one observation I had, and I said to the Honourable Minister, in particular places like Cayman Islands, where it's very narrow, the lots can be quite narrow. Traditionally, there had been variances granted. And my thoughts to him were, what happens if, let's say someone had a variance and built a swimming pool, and now they want to put a cabana next to the swimming pool? Would they be able to qualify because there's already an existing building there or structure? Would they be able to still add to that or add a cabana or a barbecue hut? What happens in those instances? Is it that now there's absolutely no variances, even if, and it might be a legal question, even if there's already a structure there? Would you need, if you're doing renovations and you have to get planning, would you be allowed to? Or is this a greater part of forcing people to retreat? But in some instances, these variances, which are not very common, but in some instances, these variants were given for particular reasons, based on maybe the lot size, how it's shaped, or something to that effect, or maybe erosion over the years. So those are my only observations, Mr. Speaker, that I did mention to the Honourable Minister either yesterday or the day before. But if he could give those some considerations and perhaps provide some clarity, that would be appreciated.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown West. Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nah. CC can't afford them land at high water mark. Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, this motion seeks to repeal paragraph 11 of Regulation 8 to remove the Central Planning Authority discretion to grant variances from the prescribed coastal setback requirements based on the high water mark, making those setbacks mandatory with no case-by-case exceptions. Mr. Speaker, from reading the planning regulations, I notice that the setbacks are prescribed in paragraph 10 of Regulation 8. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I just have 2 points to raise on this motion. Firstly, it is my understanding that paragraph 11 of Regulation 8, the one that we're looking to repeal right now, hasn't been used for years, and begs the question if this paragraph in particular is really to blame for many of the issues that we're having. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, if most of the setbacks that we have or most of the issues we have come from the issues that we have in paragraph 10. Then the question I have for the minister is there any review being done on paragraph 10 for many of those existing watermarks that have actually created most of the problems that we have? Because the minister even indicated to me that, again, paragraph 11, the section being repealed, is not one that we have been using too much. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm here, I want to use this opportunity to thank you for the time in which, when you were acting Minister of Tourism, yes, I'm going back to the time when you were covering for Mr. Norman, and you were dealing with the one particular hotel in question, I won't say which one, Marriott, and you actually opposed them putting the pool and doing some of the stuff that they were doing there. And of course, you only did it in the acting capacity. You were later overridden, and history has proven you that correct once again. So when I say to you that I am happy that you have lived long enough where history has vindicated you for many of the decisions that you have made, and it has now proven right. So I just want to put that for the record and let you know on behalf of the people that I represent that we do appreciate many of the stuff that you did in that regard. The only other concern I have, Mr. Speaker, is clarity on how exceptions will be dealt with. I have no issue with the government removing the discretion from the Central Planning Authority, but I would at least like to know that some avenue to deal with unique or extraordinary cases do exist. And I spoke to both the Minister and the Honourable Premier about this. And at a minimum, if Cabinet does not have that authority, I would like to at least see some reservation or some preservation that allows for these extraordinary, unique cases, because they will arise. And I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, in that this is one decision that falls under the executive branch of government, and there's nothing worse than to see politicians tying their hands when a time may come as something may pop up. So at a minimum, I would like to at least know that Cabinet has the authority or some avenue to deal with exceptions. And again, like I said, this particular section that we're repealing has not been used that much, so it's not something that is an everyday type business. I mean, from the minister indicated to me that since he has been a minister now, which is more than 5 years, this section has not been used. So that just kind of give the public an idea of how infrequent this section is being used. So it is not really a major issue. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that this motion calls for a minimum road width standard for subdivision developments creating 6 or more lots, including a road parcel where the road is proposed. It says the new road must be at least 30 feet wide and must connect to either public road or an existing private road access strip right of way of at least 30 feet. I don't think anyone thinks that that is unreasonable, and based on my discussions with my colleague in Bordentown East, we have no issue with that requirement. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight that Cabinet and the CPA retains the power to require greater widths in the interest of public safety, infrastructure capacity, or road network connectivity. Mr. Speaker, I have no issues with the motion overall. I have no issues with the changes overall, except just to make sure that we preserve some avenue for the unique, extraordinary cases. And I haven't discussed this with my colleague from Bordentown East. We are comfortable to support this motion. The only thing, Mr. Speaker, and I will add, and this is more for something for the broader Parliament as a whole, we noticed that this particular change to the regulation was approved in Cabinet on the 15th of April. It arrived in Parliament on the 21st of April, and it was distributed to members on the 22nd of April. While these changes may have been small, there's a possibility it could have been much more changes. And I say that to say the parliamentary standing orders allow 28 days for bills. Some of these regulations carry a lot of work also. And I think having 7 days prior to Parliament being started to have this, we need at least a little bit more time. So like I said, this is a small one now, but it easily could have been a much larger change to regulations. And I just ask the government to consider that in the future when they're looking at larger changes to regulations to at least give us more time to consult our constituents, get feedback, do our research, and the necessary work. But outside of that, Mr. Speaker, my colleague and I from Borden Town East is happy to support this motion and the changes. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I will invite the mover of the motion, the Minister of Planning, to exercise his right of reply.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everybody for their contributions on this development and planning amendment. Mr. Speaker, I was prepared to go to war on this one, but anyhow, of how the tune had started to look. Yeah, but I can dump that one speech, and we don't need to go through that late one. But Mr. Speaker, I think this was an easy one for us all to agree on. It made common sense. We see the problems that we are faced with right now when it comes to the beach setbacks, or the coastal setbacks, I should say. And we want to just make sure that we are doing the right thing. And not only that, but the people that we put on boards are able to follow the right mandate that the government wants them to follow. That's why we are the policymakers. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to know that everybody is in support of this. The member for Georgetown North brought up a valid point about the gazebos and certain other little stuff that we could look at. Mr. Speaker, one thing that we are looking up in a cleanup exercise is certain things that don't need planning approval for. Small little things like gazebos. So you wouldn't have to apply for that as long as you meet the setbacks that are needed to meet what the requirements are. There are several little small stuff that we want to look at in the future to be able to bring down here to just streamline the process a little bit faster. Mr. Speaker, on the roads, I'm happy to see we all agreed on the width of this road, on what it should be. Because, Speaker, the one reason I looked at that is I remember in last administration, one particular developer, and he was in the West Bay area, not to call their name, but a member for West Bay West at the time he had actually spoken to him about this and saying, he only had 27 feet. And the guy the next developer that was doing the road not too far from him had actually did a 30-foot right away. And his words were, well, that's his opinion. If I can save a few dollars by shaving off 3 feet off of this road and getting that much more square footage on the land, he had it right down to the dollar of how much more square footage how much more money he was going to pocket by just taking that little bit more and giving him that little bit extra square foot to the land that he was going to sell. And that's when this started to ring a bell. And I said, we have a real problem if we have people thinking this way. And then recently, there was another one that came up, where there was a back and forth on about the size of the roadway. And then I also had a situation where when I asked the question why the school buses weren't going and picking up certain kids down in the neighborhood, why all of the kids have to be at the very top of the road, they said it's because this road was so tight to get in. So when I found out about that, I spoke to the uniform services, and they said the same thing on the same road. And then I spoke to DH too. And DH told me when they go in, usually if they get in, they have to reverse all the way back out. So we see that this has been a trend. And then what the people in the neighborhood has asked is they rely on the government to be able to try to fix the problem that they are faced by. So the government at the time then had to go in to look at the Gazette of how we could actually make the road a little bit wider so that we could get uniform services down in there when there is an emergency, so that the garbage truck could get down in there and make a full loop and come back around. And not only that, so the school bus could actually get in there and get back out very easy. We had to go back. I had to take that and get that gazetted. But again, these things, the government has to pick up the tabs on these stuff. But if the developer does it right from the very first time, we wouldn't have to pick up this. So going forward now, a lot of these developments will be on the right path. And we won't have to worry about whether there's an argument down at CPA over 1 foot or 2 foot. All of that will be gone. The law states this is what it had to be. If you don't have it, then you need to go find it or buy it. Resurvey it to make it work. But, yeah, I agree with you on that, sir. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank everybody for their full support on the government motion number 16 of the Development and Planning Act 2021 revision amendments. Thank you.
The question is, be it now therefore resolved that the draft Development and Planning Amendment Regulations 2026 be approved by this Honourable House in accordance with Section 42(3) of the Development and Planning Act 2021 revision. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Development and Planning Amendment Regulations 2026 has been approved.
Government motion number 17 of 2025-2026. Public Management and Finance Act 2026 revision, issuance of a deed of indemnity to the members of the Public Transport Appeals Tribunal. To be moved by the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the leave of this House, I ask that if we can withdraw government motion number 17 of the Public Management and Finance Act, issuance of a deed of indemnity of the members of the Public and Transport and Appeal Tribunal.
The question is that government motion number 17 of 2025-26, the Public Management and Finance Act 2026 revision, issuance of a deed of indemnity to the members of the Public Transport Appeals Board be withdrawn. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Government motion number 17 has been withdrawn.
Government motion number 18 of 2025-2026, Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision, Immigration Transition Grant of the Right to be Caymanian, Order 2026, to be moved by the Honourable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Honourable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion number 18 of 2026-2027, the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision, the Immigration Transition Grant of Right to be Caymanian Order 2026 from Ms. Crystal Cassandra Edwards.
You need to read the motion. Whereas.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Whereas Section 26(1), subsection E of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision provides that the Cabinet acting upon the Board may grant the right to be Caymanian in accordance with the section, and whereas as the meeting on the 15th of April 2026, Cabinet approved from Ms. Crystal Cassandra Edwards to obtain the right to be Caymanian pursuant to Section 26, subsection 1, subsection E, and whereas subsection 26, subsection 1, subsection E provides that such a grant shall be subsequently ratified by the Cayman Islands Parliament, and whereas the Immigration Transition Grant of Right to be Caymanian Order 2026 was laid on the table of Parliament, be it therefore resolved that the Immigration Transition Grant of Right to be Caymanian Order 2026 be ratified by the Parliament pursuant to the provisions of Section 26, subsection 1, subsection E of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision.
The motion has been duly moved. Does the member wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the members of this House will recall, the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision empowers the Cabinet to grant the right to be Caymanian up to 4 persons in any calendar year who are recommended for such a grant by the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board. Any grant made by the Cabinet is, however, subject to ratification by the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in February 2026, an application was made to Cabinet with the support of the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board for the right to be Caymanian from Ms. Edwards. Cabinet therefore approved the recommendation from Ms. Edwards to be granted the right to be Caymanian and requested that the decision be sent to the Parliament of the Cayman Islands for ratification. Mr. Speaker, members of the Cabinet were convinced that Ms. Edwards deserved the high status that we grant to non-nationals the right to be Caymanian. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Edwards is a 30-year-old who was born in the Cayman Islands. Ms. Edwards completed all her schooling in the Cayman Islands, having attended John A. Cumber Primary School, Red Bay Primary School, George Hicks High School, and John Gray High School. She completed 2 of the 3 courses of study offered at her school and ended her studies in June 2012. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Edwards has spent her entire life in the islands. As a mother of 2 Caymanian-born children, she considers the Cayman Islands her home. During her tenure, she has developed deep familial connections and friendships that have been made while living here. Mr. Speaker, for the reason outlined above, the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board has recommended Ms. Edwards as a suitable candidate to be considered for the grant of right to be Caymanian under subsection 26, subsection 1, subsection E of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Edwards is deserving of the consideration of being granted the right to be Caymanian in accordance with the provisions of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the government for recognizing Ms. Edwards as a worthy candidate for one of the allowed 4 statuses per year. I don't know Ms. Edwards personally, and I know some of the members of Parliament have asked for a pictorial view of the said persons put forward. Nevertheless, without a photo, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that these are the kinds of persons that I wholeheartedly support, in terms of persons who have been born here, persons who have been schooled here, persons who have spent all their life here and have children who are deemed Caymanian and who believe they're Caymanian. And I think that whatever we do to find a way to remedy these situations of persons who are sometimes called Nowarians, and this is one said way that we can actually fix this. And I thank the government for recognizing. I know sometimes some governments year after year go without bringing any names at all to Parliament for the year, not utilizing any of their four, while persons are suffering with the likes of not being able to travel or get a passport or get a visa, or their children are having difficulties with university and so forth. So I'm sure that this Edwards is beaming with pride right now that she can finally call the Cayman Islands home and has proof of it. And I thank the government for extending this courtesy to her. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Premier.
Briefly, Mr. Speaker, only to say that in discussing with the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, when these come in the future, an appendix would be given with the photo and a summary of the bio to be distributed to members. In the meantime, the member for Bodden Town East, check your phone. And I've also done the same thing for the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Would the mover like to exercise his right of reply?
No, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The question is that be it therefore resolved that the Immigration Transition Grant of the Right to be Caymanian Order 2026 be ratified by the Parliament pursuant to the provisions of Section 26(1)(e) of the Immigration Transition Act 2022. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Yeah. There being no other business, I will invite the Premier to move the adjournment sanity. You got more adjournment for?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say briefly before I move the adjournment to thank all members for all of the work that's gone into this meeting, and to more broadly thank members for all the work that's gone into the 25-26 session, which concludes today. So there will be further announcements of when we'll kick off the next session. But in the meantime, thank you all. This would have now culminated within a year after the 2025 election, and thank all members for their support. The Minister for Culture and Heritage wants me to remind all members that there is a gospel concert that his ministry is organizing. That will be tomorrow at the agriculture ground, 6:30. Starts at 6 and then goes to 10. Very good Christian music, lively entertainment. Let's have some fun. And also, happy Emancipation Day when it comes. So with that, Mr. Speaker, it's just left for me to move the adjournment. I move that this House do stand adjourned. Sine die.
The question is that this honorable House do stand adjourned, sine die. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? No. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned, sine die.